But it don't free from me, goes the bad. You take up me, goes lay down, just get Baby, come back Think about the mini piggy money rolling out. Baby, come back Think about the mini piggy money rolling out. Creștere, curvă, blondă, luceaci. Să crezi în cine, că nu te ajută nimeni. Îți spun și piedică, nu vor să crezi în tine. O viață întreagă zi cu ce rămâi din stine. Retine banii, nu-ți cumpără stile. În rătăcire, niciodată nu te apropii. După fericire, nu cu foc cu ochii. În voia simții că să șeri socoteară. Și rime, nu se factură cu prime tale. În glasul jos, nici cu veciul nu se taie. Nu respectă în continuare, o strai. Trecut pătat, nu mai spală nicio praie. Nici loc în pătrat, dacă-i prinde cu bani. Dacă străiești mirajul, îți răbușiți toate fură prin stajul. În avantajul lor să nu-ți găsești curajul. Când toți ascultă, dar nu înțeleg mesajul. Cred că lumea se va schimba, undeva eu continuu să simt. Cum să te munci așa, undeva e un alt sfârșit și tot la muzic. Că lumea se va schimba, să o mai ținem așa, să scurge nisipul, ale cu timpul, să mai fim șoarece la inimă. Ce-a prins și-n capcană, ochii după hrană fugi în gol. Roacea se învârte când tu alegi prin mor, filmul nasol. Scenariștii sunt perverși, oprește, gândește. Caută un mod să ieși, să fii ce ești. Nu ce ți-au spus să fii, că începe de la tine, e important să știi. Nu lipsi tot din ce ți se pune în față. Sistemul e făcut doar ca să te folosească. Nu mai cumpăra minciuni, caută resurse ca să scape slăbiciori. Sunt că spurcăciori care într-un ecran și când ies în stradă în van. În stradă cu crește, curvă, nu blondă, nu știu, nu pot salutar, alu vreau, alu eu șpagă, alu las spre că înapoi, eu vreau România. Eu cred că lumea se va schimba, undeva eu continuu să simt. N-are cum să rămână așa, undeva eu n-am reușit ce tot. Eu cred că lumea se va schimba, să o mai ținem așa, să scurge nisipul, trecut timpul, să mai fim șoarece în labirint. It's a new day, time to check it. You know it's a new day, time to check it. You know it's you're ready for the light show. Fun is coming, yeah. You're ready for the light show. Fun is coming, yeah. You're ready. And they say I've got devils caged in my bones, so unsettled. Can't sleep, they got a hold on that low. Scream like trouble, heavy death metal all night. Alright, I'm a little bit damaged. Out to lunch, enjoy the couple sandwiches. I walk the gallery, come check the canvases. If you think you can hang, if you can handle this, but most cannot, and that's right where the boasting stops. I'm not glad. My body, my vessel, my temple, all falling under this spell. They been heckled by pitchfork and shovel. Now they're calling out hell. I need somebody, can't seem to leave this party myself. It's a new day, time to check it. You know it's a new day, time to check it. You know it's you're ready for the light show. Sun is coming, yeah. You're ready for the light show. Sun is coming, yeah. You're ready. Making it sharp like a razor, over and over till I woke up the neighbor. From PM to AM, what's with the racket? All night, eat an aspect, bad habit.
bigger than Green Ludovico. No scale big enough, seen like a plain Ludovico. Richter got a resident specter, ghost living in a like a permanent fixture. And now not a sound but the playback. Hit track running since the days of the A-Deck. He'll probably make it stay, man. Loopy in air, hope that I land on 2 feet. I'm on fire this year. Everybody gets fired this year. Working till my iris is clear. I'm falling apart like a virus in here.
It's a new day, what's on the check it? You know it's a anthem. It's a new day, time to check it. You know it's a anthem. You're ready for the light show. Show. Time is coming, yeah. You're ready for the light show. Show. Time is coming, yeah. You're ready.
Sector, hands on my bag and the gun smoke blown out like candle. Scraps hang from banjo strings. The second is phantom spins. And I don't really rap talk as in my raps is sick. And you ain't even half of my stanzas with no. I mean literally banjo strings. Slice and skin over your Adam West ass Granny Smith. Sick of this year, diggable planet. Flick of this year with a pick in my hair. Comb in my white boy, kid rock box cut, tick tock stop. Nah. First name greatest, middle name question mark, surname who cares, insecure tank tops, abracadabra, nothing but a rabbit out of hand.
It's a new day, time to check it. You know it's a anthem. It's a new day, time to check it. You know it's a anthem. You're ready for the light show. Show. Time is coming, yeah. You're ready for the light show. Show. Time is coming, yeah. You're ready.
What the fuck? For the win.
Și trebuie să tac, să fac, să stau, să alerg. Și trebuie să strâng, să râd, să plâng, să cred. Să aleg totul, doar după criterii. Vezi să nu te sperii, e plin de mizerie. Și trebuie să stau la rând, să-mi jur în gând că nu o să strâng ce vreau prea curând. Ei vând vise și mi-arată factura. Mă uit la ei și știu deja. Într-o zi o să ajung cineva. Da. Imaginația mea. Știu deja. Într-o zi o să ajung cineva. Știu. Da. Nu e doar imaginația mea. Ridică-te și fă ceva. Tu chiar crezi că dacă o să ceri, ți se va da? Uită-te în jurul tău. Nu te văd prea bine înconjurat atâta. Nu-i ca la televizor. Viața bate filmul, tu vrei cel mai tare rol. Crede în tine și alungă toată ura. Sper întotdeauna că o să dai cu lovitura. Că eu știu deja. Într-o zi o să ajung cineva. Și știu. Da. Nu e doar imaginația mea. Știu deja. Într-o zi o să ajung cineva. Și știu. Da. Nu e doar imaginația mea. Eu știu deja. Eu știu deja. Yeah. Și trebuie să tac, să fac, să stau, să alerg. Și trebuie să strâng, să râd, să plâng, să cred, să aleg totul doar după criterii. Vrei să nu te sperii, e plin de mizerie. Și trebuie să stau la rând, să înjur în gând că nu o să strâng ce vreau eu.
You never bothered to ask why I left without saying goodbye. This time you did it in a trap. I'm not perfect, I won't deny. But you got high on your own ego. My love is killing my libido. Can you tell me where do we go? I'm your man, I'm no amigo. So you go from here. So it is and it's not clear. There's no physical attraction. Can't even get a touch. Who got hit? Who's the one to grab the gun? Who got it? Who got split? And who the fuck needs that shit? Just you, I'm full of attitude, and we should be addicted to each other. I trust in you, you're full of attitude, and we should be addicted to each other. We're all playing in a game. It's all the same. Now you look me in the eyes and try to fantasize. But you always look away. You got nothing to say. What do you want to do about me and you? You smile on there, but it's less than air. What takes so? So make the call. You keep spitting in my face. Right in your race, your hands is full of lies, but you're my love in disguise.
最後の記憶の愛を残したい。
You already know. Pass on your career, you see your house, you take a photo. I'm repping next, I'm photo with a photo on your photo. What up, yo, American dream. That's the bro, man. She been riding clean since her daddy bro. Mother in every pole, telling every pole. Bang, folks with my wife, but if she meet her, might be a this don't not look fashion. This don't not look classy. This don't act so sassy. I'm the man who that's where the without you. Hit me what your mouth say. Show me what that mouth do. I hear them talking hella crazy. Don't even stress. Just kill them softly with my grace. Don't even stress. Say just the best shit out. Don't see me, I ain't saying shit. Some bad sex. I hear them talking hella crazy. Don't even stress. Just kill them softly with my grace. Don't even address. They say it on the top. It's the best shit out. And even if we die, this shit gon' live forever. Live forever. Daddy say with 3 X's. Fuck in the big rough X's. No X's on my chest, but all these diamonds got me flexing. Usually I don't do this. Dumb it down, go stupid. Since 17 been counting M's, my bank account's on goofy. Since they Cosby gave a proof it. Now who know what the truth is? Chicago full of shooters. My garage is full of hoopers. Got that subject draws and all that. My pre-rolls look like all bags. Besides, got something to say, and all y'all niggas can't get y'all all back. If I ain't a hot boy, that would get called back. Daddy back and the jaw never fall back. Like clocks in the winter time. We stay eating like dinner time. Been feasting and she been and blowing big, but it ain't no around. We don't know the meaning of drop because we got so wet, so I swear not been around. Just speaking in general, why there is no formidable up on it or air nigga that on it. Hit one cut yourself on it. Line for line, dope when you wanna hit, you wanna line the kind of give a nigga home to the line and now. Nigga dig a hole, shit, ain't no climbing I hear them talking, you know, focus, I won't even stress. Just kill them talking with my friends, won't even stress. Don't you see me? I ain't sharing shit. Some flex. I hear them talking hella great. So I only stress. Kill them something with my friends. I can't even address. It's the best shit out. And even if we die today, this shit don't live forever. Live forever. Live forever. Live forever. Live forever. Yo, listen, just like I told Coco, my vision is big. You already know, no, show but the popo that my logo for show, Coco, get down on the floor, yo, listen, just like I told Coco, my vision is big. You already know, no, show but the popo that my logo show, Coco, now you down on the floor. Și trebuie să tac, să fac, să stau, să alerg. Și trebuie să strâng, să plâng, să cred, să aleg totul, doar după criterii. Vezi să nu te spui.
You never bothered to ask why I left without saying goodbye. This time you give it a try. I'm not perfect, I won't deny. But you I don't know killing my ego. Can you tell me where do we go? I'm your man, I'm no amigo. So we go from here. When it is and it's not clear, there's no physical attraction. Everybody get a touch. Who got hit? Who's the one to grab the gift? Who died? Who got flipped? And who the fuck needs that shit? We're all players in a game, and it's all the same. Now you look me in the eye, you try to fantasize, but you always look away. You got nothing to say. What do you wanna do? Me and you try to have, but it's less than half. What makes a hole? So make the call. You keep spitting in my face, in your race. Your hands full of lies, but you're my love in disguise.
Și trebuie să tac, să fac, să stau, să alerg. Și
You, I have amnesia, got me without a mind. My stupid brain thinks that I need you, misleads me all the time. I need a babysitter, someone to come and get me, cause I forget the crazy shit, the little things that press me. You're to get my best, you will never let me. Oh, I did it again. Slip up, but sex, forget you were so disrespectful. I did what I said that I wouldn't. Why am I such a sucker for fuck respectful? You can't to remind you that he's not perfect. It's me, your best friend. Take his old t-shirt off and burn. Down is so over. Repeat after me. Down is so over. To remind you that he is not perfect. I'm with you. I have amnesia. I'm weaker than before. My stupid brain thinks that I need you. I'm eager to learn more. My dumbass. My dumbass should be a little more cautious. Cause I can't believe I said that I won't do it, and I'm just I make myself nauseous. Forget you were so disrespectful. This is what I said. I'm putting my face at your personal respectful. Here to really do the evil perfect. Your best friend, take his old t-shirt off and burn it. Repeat after me, so over. Repeat after me, over. So over. I just need to remind you that he's not perfect. Your best friend, take his old t-shirt off and burn it. Repeat after me, so over. Repeat after me, so over. Come on, hold me back, girl, run a fucking marathon. Crazy now, crying, where the hell is my mascara gone? Say no more, it's over, it's all about me and what I want. You find me 5 a.m., it's boogie, call it the Marriott. Everybody's trophy, but I'm nobody's baby doll. I'm single now, let me drunk dance on the tabletop. Let me be wild now, just let me be hysterical. Me it's getting gone, I'm just showing better, like. Remind you that he's not perfect. Me, your his old t-shirt off.
Over. Și trebuie să tac, să fac, să stau, să alerg. Și trebuie să strâng, să plâng, să cred, să aleg totul. Doar după criterii, vezi să nu te sperii. E plin de nu
Every day, why you want it to be right? It look at me, it's up on the cross, telling me what you want it's getting out to me, now it's putting out to you, want to others, that's what I you want to yourself, it's getting out to me, now I'm doing it out to you. I'm not the one who's onto the sea. Marry me, walk on. It's getting out to me. Now I'm doing it out to you. It's getting out to me. Now I'm doing it out to you. Oh, oh.
Shuffle. Let's see what
Numbers. The series starts with the number 1.
I didn't finish watching. I'm gonna start it over. I'm actually gonna watch it.
The second number, 1 plus 6.
Actually,
Is that there is a fourth element, if you like, the internal.
I didn't get to watch it all last night either.
Welcome to the video, to the strange, mysterious world of John Dee, conjurer, mathematician, alchemist, all-round genius and prognosticator of futures for Queen Elizabeth and her court. This book is called Monas Hieroglyphica. Many of you will know that although it's written in simple Latin and translated much later into simple English, it is a very difficult book to understand. Qui non intelligit, aut taciat, aut discat. He who cannot understand, either shut up or learn. This strict view separating what Dee would call the worthy, i.e. the people who are trained and clever in the science of alchemy and hermeticism, is a barrier to others who don't understand anything. The book actually ends with the words, "Here the vulgar eye will see nothing but obscurity and despair considerably." Well, I've read this book, I think, about 40 times. As I say, it's very short. Each time my head nearly explodes with the difficulty of it. And each time I feel I've learned just a little bit more. I've inched my way forward into understanding what he is talking about, and reading around the subject obviously helps. Now, I'm bringing it up today because Dee, I believe, was the man who made the sonnets dedication, encrypted the facts into it, that we know what those first 18 sonnets are about and where Shakespeare was buried, and of course his identity. Now, those of you who don't know anything about this would be wise perhaps to look at a presentation on my channel, which is called Where is Shakespeare Really Buried? And you'll find that in the beginning of a playlist all about this very subject. There are a number of videos in there, and that playlist is called Where is He Buried? So have a look if you haven't seen those. If you have, I'm hoping that this presentation will make sense to you, because I've put enough refreshers and reminders of what it's about in here, so you'll be able to follow it, I hope, quite easily, despite the fact that we are diving pretty deep now. This book is then about what you see within this egg, and that looks a bit like a cartoon. What it in fact is the monas, the hieroglyphic monad, and it's something that John Dee takes extremely seriously, not as a symbol of anything else or necessarily a representation of anything else, but as the essence of God himself, the essence of creation. In order to understand Dee, it's very easy in some ways to laugh at him. You could pick up this book and mock it very easily if you wished. It's rather pointless doing that, because to understand what Dee is saying, you need to understand where he's coming from and the foundations of his beliefs. He believes that God created the world and everything in it using letters and numbers, and that those letters and numbers and indeed glyphs, what we now call symbols, form part of what was originally the Word. If you remember, in the beginning was the Word, says the book of John. In the very early Jewish scriptures, you get this idea of the alphabet vying to help God in his creation of the universe. So if you understand that, and that's where Dee is coming from, then you will understand why Dee is prepared to write a whole book about this glyph. It is the essence of how God creates the universe itself. Now, just to give you a sort of flavor of how he talks about this image, let's take the cross that is just below the circle there. He says the cross, well, he doesn't like the word representation, so it is a ternary. It doesn't represent the number 3. It is the essence of 3. It is a ternary, and he explains that by saying it is 2 lines and what he calls the copulative center, i.e. the point where the 2 lines overlap one another. He says you can also meditate on the cross and see it as a quaternary, that is to say 4 lines which join without overlapping one another. Once you understand that it is both a ternary and a quaternary, then you are able to see the cross as a septenary representation of the most perfect number. Now, Dee elsewhere, not in this book, writes of the number 7, mark this mystery. 7 comprehendeth the secrets of heaven and earth. 7 knitteth man's soul and body together. In 7 thou shalt find the unity. In 7 thou shalt find the Trinity. To Dee, these are not empty words. And if you look carefully at what he's saying it's the soul and the body that are knitted together with the number 7, the secrets of heaven and earth. If Dee had been tested by the Inquisition, he would have probably had his head chopped off as an atheist. The word pantheist didn't exist then. I think it was coined at the beginning of the 18th century. Pantheists were called atheists. That is to say, what we now call people who believe there was no God at all. But of course, Dee did believe in a God, but he had a different way of believing in it than the established church. He didn't see a transcendental God represented in a trinity. He saw an immanent God, that is to say, an indwelling God that is represented in a trinity plus 1, a 4th part. And that 4th part is God's creation. God's creation is everything. Everything that we can see in front of our faces, that we can touch, we can smell, everything that is made by the elements, of course, then the 4 elements. So represented by the number 4, but essentially being 3 plus 1. So you see in the monad, this dot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 components, this perfect number 7. And in this book, Dee really makes us stare at this figure until we can see the symbols of planets, alchemical symbols. I'm not sure some of you can already straight away spot Taurus, Mercury, Aries, representations of the 4 elements, the sun, the moon, letters, numbers, etc., etc., etc. It's been discovered in recent times that this figure is very carefully constructed, and its points are indicators of a more complicated geometry that establishes a division of a circle into 7 parts, something that was a great mystery and secret. Archimedes is said to have done it, but that source was only discovered in 1927, written in Arabic, so we don't know how John Dee could have known it, but he clearly knew the secret by other sources. And we now know that the monad is connected then geometrically to what John Dee called the Sigillo de Amayet, or the seal of God, also known as the seal of truth. But I won't go into all the complications of that now. Edward Kelly, great friend of John Dee's, wrote the following: God has stamped and sealed all created things with the character of Trinity as a kind of hieroglyphical writing whereby his own nature might be known. For the number 3 and the magic number 4 make up the perfect number 7, the seal of many mysteries. And seeing that the quaternary rests within the ternary, it is a number which stands on the horizon of eternity and doth exhibit everything bound with God in us, thus including God, men, and all created things with all their mysterious powers. If this had been published during Kelly's lifetime and he had been nabbed by the Inquisition, he too would have had his head chopped off, because he is making it pretty clear here that he is a pantheist. The quaternary rests within the ternary. He is describing God as a septenary, based on the idea of the 4 hidden within the 3, and on the idea of God, men, and all created things forming part of that Godhead. I've shown this to you twice. I'm going to show it to you 3 times. It made my hair stand on end when I first read it, because it reveals the philosophy and the thought, the theology that's behind the de-encryption of the Shakespeare sonnets. We demonstrate here that the quaternary is concealed within the ternary. O God, pardon me if I have sinned against thee by revealing such a great mystery in my writings, which all may read. But I believe that only those who are truly worthy will understand. He's putting it in this mystical way, quite deliberately, I think, because if he were a little bit clearer of what he was saying, he would be deemed a heretic and find himself in big trouble, just as happened to this poor fellow, very clever Italian philosopher who came over to England in the mid-1580s and had an enormous influence, according to his own rather boastful account, among the English court. He would have certainly influenced intellectuals at the time, the Earl of Oxford, also, of course, Philip Sidney, Fulk Greville, and he, too, was a pantheist. One of the reasons he was burnt at the stake in 1600 was because he denied the divinity of Christ. He also denied the Trinity. So people say he was an atheist. No, he wasn't. He was a very religious man, and his view was that the Trinity consisted of a quaternity, which also represented the 4 elements, which was all of God's creation. And it's no surprise to Oxfordians that Bruno has been cited as an influence on William Shakespeare. It always slightly throws the Stratfordians who discovered this, because they have to work out why was Shakespeare being influenced by a man who turned up in the English court in the 1580s. But there you have it, one of many, many problems that Stratfordianism is confronted with. Now, Dee signs off his Monas Hieroglyphica with the words Amen, says the 4th letter, and a triangle. The triangle is his monogram, and as many have commented, he uses that monogram because his name is D, and the Greek letter D, capitalized, is a delta, and it is drawn as a triangle like that. So it's a simple pun. It's a joke. Well, the trouble with John Dee is I don't think humor was his strongest point, and it wasn't necessarily a joke, but yes, it was a playful version of his name, a triangle. But also, of course, what he is saying is that he has written this work by the grace of God within him, and that the intertwining of himself and God is crucial to his work, in fact, to his whole existence. We know the triangle for millennia has been a symbol of the Godhead, and it is called a triangle, of course, for one very obvious reason, because it has 3 angles. I is one way of writing Jesus 3 times, but it's got more than 3 angles. It's also got 3 points, and it has 3 sides, so you could say it has 9 elements. It certainly wouldn't have escaped John Dee's notice that 9 in Latin numerals is IX, which mirrors the iota chi of Greek, and therefore the initials of Jesus Christos, of Jesus Christ. But Dee is talking, of course, about the quaternary that is concealed within the ternary of the Godhead, this great mystery. So I'm sure it wouldn't have escaped his notice that there is a 4th element, if you like, the internal side, which is shorter than the external side, which makes up the quaternary and then allows the triangle to stand as a symbol of the septenary, the almighty, perfect Godhead. Now, if we turn just quickly to the sonnets dedication, and many of you will know how we've decrypted this, but what we perhaps didn't look for enough were the clues in the very first instance that these three triangles are in fact concealing a hidden fourth triangle. What were the clues that, if we had come about it the right way, we would have known, if we were one of the worthy, that these three triangles actually represent exactly that same John Dee, Giordano Bruno thought? Well, one of the clues, I think, is if you count the lines. As I say, there are three triangles, and if you're being very holy about threes and you're only interested in threes, why don't you put 3 lines per triangle? If you count the lines, you actually have 12 lines. So there are 3 too many. That, I think, a big clue that there is a quaternary concealed within these ternaries. If you're a modern day Mason of the Royal Arch persuasion, then straight away anyway you notice that 3 triangles is to do with the hidden fourth part, because one of your badges, one of your emblems, is 3 triangles organized like that, which by their very nature, by their position, depict a fourth triangle within them. The very weird thing about triangles, and go right back to Pythagoras' time, when he and his followers were doing nothing but staring at triangles and their extraordinary properties, is here you see an example of 3 triangles, 3, 3, 3, which organized in a certain way equals 3, 3, 3, 3, 4 threes. You can do exactly the same thing with 2 triangles. It's one of the reasons why 3, 3, 33, the age when Christ died, is long considered a very sacred number, 3, 3. If you have 2 triangles each representing 3, you can put 2 triangles together to represent 3, 3, 3, 3. The 4 3 is the quaternary. Now, I've shown you this funny little triangle hidden at the bottom of the 3rd triangle before. Always a little bit curious about what it's standing for. My present view is that it is actually, again, another clue to where the 4th triangle is in, i.e. right in the center. It's pointing at the center. It has 3 T's and then 4T written underneath it. Oxfordians will be aware that that 4th T, the 4T, is actually the 17th T in the whole text. So you have that combination 1740, which is a representation of Shakespeare Oxford, which we've seen many, many, many times in other documents. So we're getting very used to 1740. And of course, as we know, the monument was put on Edward de Vere's grave in Westminster Abbey in 1740, not a coincidence. So the question is this little triangle at the bottom that I've highlighted in red, is that a big clue saying, look just above you, look up, that is where you will find the quaternary concealed within the ternary, and that what it is about when you discovered it is about Shakespeare Oxford as the 4th T. Certainly that view is corroborated when you stretch the text out into 19 columns, and you go to column 9, IX, Jesus Christos, and you look at the ISH, another sign of Christ, and just beneath that you find what seems to be a 4th T, the upside down T with the words De Vere inside it, right next to 3 T's. So again, this 4th T, when we find it, has to be something about De Vere, corroborated again by what John Rollitt found over 20 years ago of the message, these sonnets all by E. Vere, the 4th T. In case you've forgotten how that's found, by the way, that message, it's by counting the words in the order 6 to 4 as they are demarcated by dots and hyphens. 6 to 4 because you've got 6 lines in the first triangle, 2 in the second, and 4 in the third. So you count the words 6 to 4 in that order, and you get these sonnets all by E. Vere, the 4th T. Now, I also want to have a look, which I haven't looked at in other presentations, the many layered meanings of the initials TT. Yes, they are the initials of Thomas Thorpe, who was the publisher of this book in 1609, and some people think that he also wrote the sonnets dedication. I don't happen to be one of those. I think that his initials were extremely useful because they have another meaning, and that's why they were put under the dedication. It's a double meaning, just as we had the double meaning of the triangle to represent D and God in D. I've also gone over the double V, which is the signature of Edward de Vere, a simple little pun really on de Vere, two V's, as it were, in French. But even the double V, which represents God, the grace of God in Vere, as his motto does, vero nihil verius, nothing truer than Vere, nothing truer than God, therefore nothing truer than God in Vere. And if you put the two together as a monogram, you get a very similar situation to the D monogram. In other words, you get a representation of the Trinity of Christ, most particularly. As you remember, Christ, in one of his famous I am statements, says, ego sum, I am ego sum, via, ego sum veritas, and ego sum vita. I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life. So those two V's combine very nicely to create a trilogy of Christ's, following the great dictum of the quaternary concealed within the ternary. We also have a fourth upside down V at the bottom there. This, I believe, is why we see this formation in the first folio of Shakespeare. It's a big hint of de Vere in the de Vere monogram, where we have the double V with Ilium Shakespeare written right next to it. So the double V serving as the W with a capital I, in order to give you a hint that that I is also a number and to get you to count the letters from 1 all the way, and there's 17 letters. So the combination of the double V and 17 may mean not very much to Stratfordians, but to an Oxfordian straight away, it's obvious. May I now please take you to Northamptonshire in the centre of England to show you this remarkably beautiful building known as the Triangular Lodge at Rushton, built between 1593 and 1595 by a man called Thomas Tresham. Now, if you look it up, you will be told that this is a simple celebration of the Trinity and of threes, but it's much more complicated than that. And we're going to see that Tresham speaks the language, exactly the same language that John Dee, that Bruno, and that Edward Kelly were speaking, and this is the language that unlocked the sonnet's dedication. So let's have a look at the southwest front first. There you see TT, yes, they're initials of Thomas Tresham, but is he suddenly interrupting this great meditation on trilogies just to talk about himself? Well, no, it's more complicated than that. The TT is representing something. What's just above it? 3 triangles with what seems to be a fourth. Now, one of the questions I want to ask is, are we thinking of total coincidence that we have 3 triangles here with a hidden fourth one in the middle, undersigned TT, and that's exactly what we have, the same thing on the Tresham. Well, yes, it's a coincidence that Thomas Tresham's initials are TT, and so is Thomas Thorpe's. But why is he using them under 3 triangles? If you look very closely indeed at the picture on your left, you're actually looking at not just 2 T's, but 3. There's the iron TT strapped to the side of the building, and look at the corner very carefully, you'll see a shield with the letter T on it. T, of course, represents 3 with its 3 points. It represents Christ 3 times, and is a sacred symbol known as the Triple Tau, used by Templar Knights, and also known as the key, clavis, the clavis adversorum, the key to the treasures. Vulgarians who write books about Templars think that the treasures is all about a lot of gold sitting in a vault. No, it's not. It's the key to the treasures. The treasures are, of course, the truth that leads to the eternal life. So the key is the Triple Tau, and one of the key aspects of it is understanding it and seeing that it has a quaternary hidden the 4th part, which is the upside down T. So it consists of 4 T's. Looking back at the building, you may well ask, well, where is the 4th T? If that is supposed to represent the Triple Tau, and I'll show you where it is. It's out of sight, but it is just there. If I were to photograph the building from the other side, it's a little bit dark because of where the sunlight was on this moment, but there you can see it. I'll just make it out. There's a T on a shield there. So very cleverly done, so that wherever you're standing, you can see 3 T's, and the 4th T just out of sight. You have to move to see it, but then the first one you're looking at goes out of sight as well. Very symbolic then of the Triple Tau and the quaternary concealed within the ternary. The Triple Tau very often represented in churches looking like that. That's to say, a Roman cross rather than the capital tau cross, sitting on the letters IHS, which in Greek are iota, eta, sigma, the first three letters of Jesus. They also, as I've reminded before, stand for in hoc signo, in this sign. That's what Constantine said when he saw the Cairo symbol at the bottom appear to him in the clouds at the Battle of Milvian Bridge. In this sign you will conquer, in hoc signo, and you'll remember that we had in this sign, IHS, 3 times hidden in the sonnets decryption. I want to take you quickly to the roof, if I may, of this beautiful building. There you can see the chimney, triangular chimney, which is sitting on top of 3 triangular floors, which has 1595, or is it 1593? Actually, he's being deliberately ambiguous. He wants you to see a 5 and a 3 and a 3 and a 5 to symbolize 3 and 1, the 3 years in which this building was constructed between 1593, 1594 and 1595. So he makes his 3s and 5s ambiguous, as we're going to see later for another purpose. There you see the triple tau with the IHS in hoc signo, esto mio, be unto me, written underneath. We go higher up and look right down on the roof, and then you can see it is deliberately formed as the Cairo symbol, Cairo IHS in hoc signo. Of course, if you twisted the building, you would actually get 3 of these Cairo symbols. So it's similar to III, XXX, 3 symbols of Jesus. We go back then to the sonnets, and many of you will remember how Alan Green discovered the 4, not 3, the 4 hidden triangles, all perfect right-angled triangles, by drawing that line to various points on the left-hand side. And he also realized, according to Thales' theorem, that left a hidden circle, to which I added the Cairo symbol, simply drawn by coming down straight through the stem of the P, through the very center of that hidden circle and onto the dot below. Christ being veritas, ego sum veritas, I am truth for knowledge. We looked where that pointed, and we could see that Shakespeare's sonnets are by God and de via. And of course that 5th point there points to where he is buried in Westminster Abbey, which I'm not going to go into that now, but do have a look. Online presentation I've done, which is called Where is Shakespeare Really Buried, Part 1. Back then to the 3 triangles and how this common language, this symbolism, was being used to decrypt this. I mean, the first thing we know is we put it into 19 columns, 19 itself in Roman numerals XIX. So once again, it's just what you were seeing on the Tresham building. It's this idea of Christ represented as a Trinity, Christ, Jesus, Christos, XIX, so the same as III, XXX, as a way of symbolizing Christ 3 times. And that's what we found on the grid so many times, the IHSs. We had 3 of those, and we noticed then that, right, they were signifying three symbols. Wonderful plan of the grand plan of Westminster Abbey, saying the Westminster. To the Westminster, St. Peter's, South Cross Aisle, Edward de Vere lies here. All this is in the presentation called Where is Shakespeare Really Buried, where I show you all 9 of the symbols that are hidden here. So everything comes in 3s, and we've seen the IHS 3 times. There should be another 2 sets of 3 Christs. Here's another one. T, of course, at the very beginning. T is sign of Christ. The Tau cross representing the via, the way, and at the very end, the vita, the eternal life. And so all we had to do was find the veritas, and we drew that 3rd T right in the center. It required a very, very easy shuffling of the letters into the anagram, veritas. So once again, you had your 333, and the 3rd one, of course, represented by the columns themselves. 9 columns to the left, 9 columns to the right. That's IX, Jesus Christus, Jesus Christus. And once again, we had to find or create the 3rd IX in the middle. So we're in column 10, and we just turn that T into an I, and we have IX, and the middle one, giving us then the message, in Jesum veritas venit, well, you find the truth through Jesus, and that, of course, sent us off looking for IHSs and signs of Christ, and we just completely unlocked the whole door. We opened it up. Again, coming back to this idea of clavis, the key to the treasures. If I take you back to the lodge at Northampton to show you once again how this is constructed not as a celebration of a straightforward Trinity in the sense of Catholic thought, and to give some explanation of why Thomas Tresham was branded an atheist by the Jesuits, who are the sort of key Catholics. He wasn't entirely in line about the Trinity. So, for instance, you see here 3 sets of windows on each floor, each consisting of 3 beautifully done windows. What then are these 3 triangles doing up here? Or to put it another way, if we take the squares, of which you get 3 times 3, what then are these unsquared little windows doing here? In fact, there are 4 different ways of seeing each layer as the odd one out. So every time you get a 3 plus 1, which is of course represented also in this 93, 9 being 3 3s plus 1 3, also actually represented in a Latin inscription that you can't quite read up there. There's a Latin inscription on each side, and each time it consists of 33 letters and is measured in 33 feet. So 3 3 3 3. We're always coming back to this idea of 4 3s. I talked about the ambiguity of the number 5 and 3. So there you can see 1 5, but if you read it as 1 3, then again you've got 3 plus 1. And I want now to look at the doorway, which is very interesting. Look at the porch. Here you see a very obvious shape, which is a keyhole. Don't forget, we are talking about the clavis adversorum, the key to the treasures. So you don't just have one keyhole. If you look carefully how it's carved, of course, there are 4, as though you need to turn the key, as it were, 4 times. If we look at the coat of arms in the middle, that's Tresham's coat of arms. First thing you see straight away is it's made up of 4 triangles representing 3 3 3 3. If you look at the top and the bottom sections of it, you have 3 3-leaved clovers known as trefoils. So again, you're 3 3 3 3. Just below, you see the message Tres Testimonium Dant. That is actually a misquotation from the Bible, from the first letter of John. Don't forget that the 2 Johns, John the Baptist and John the Evangelist, are the patron saints of Freemasonry. Tres Testimonium Dant means 3s bear witness, and it has been misquoted in order to get rid of some inconvenient parts of it, and to leave it so that you have T, 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 3 T's, the triple tower, if you like, on the top line, with the 4th T at the bottom. 3s bear witness. And that, of course, raises a big question about what's written beneath it. The great architectural historian of England, Nicholas Pevsner, says that is 4 3s. Another art historian, Mark Gilward, says, no, it's not. That is 4 5s. Gilward finds it harder to explain why it's 4 5s. Pevsner can't quite explain why it's 4 3s, not 3 3s. Of course, both are correct, and it goes back to this very deliberate ambiguity between 3 and 5, which helps him write 1593, and both the 15 and the 9-3 representing the 3 plus 1. What I hope that I have demonstrated in this partially confusing presentation, I hope not too confusing, is that the language of symbols and ideas with which we unlocked the Shakespeare sonnets mystery was a language common to highly intelligent, esoteric group of people in Europe at the time. And that helps us, I think, to validate what has been found here, the Cairo symbol and the great key to the treasures. For those of you who have not seen previous presentations on this and want to know where that 4th triangle is hidden, right in the middle where you would expect it to be, and it is as you would expect it to be, upside down, by rearranging the letters of our ever-living poet, we now get God de Vere, the poet, vero nihil veris, that's Edward de Vere's motto about God and Vere coexisting, and writing these sonnets, this beautiful message to the only begetter of these ensuing sonnets, Mr. W.H., all happiness and that eternity promised by God and de Vere, the poet, vero nihil veris, the well-wishing adventurer in setting forth. And of course, once you've unlocked the Triple Tower, once you've found that great mystery, the quaternary, hidden within the ternary, and it is a key, the club is the key to the treasures, and you turn that key in the lock, and that is therefore your final presentation, this wonderful symbol of the urn, the end of the mortal remains, the beginning of the eternal life, as signified by the well-wishing adventurer in setting forth. It's absolutely beautiful piece of cryptology, the like of which I've never come across. I'd be surprised if there's anything equivalent to this in greatness and thought. And all signed, of course, T.T. Thomas Thorpe, yes, we all know. But what else does it stand for? 3 3s, twice 3, Tres Testimonium. There's so many combinations, Triple Tau. It's a big clue how to unlock the whole thing. So now, of course, when you see Love's Labour's Lost and you hear the line, thrice 3 is 9, and Costard reply, not so, sir, we know what we know, you instantly realize that he and you are now a part of what John Dee would call the worthy. I hope you've enjoyed it. Please subscribe to these if you'd like to know when more are coming along, and click the little bell button beside the subscribe. And every time I upload something, it'll come to your notice. Thank you very much for watching.
This big power.
And shuffle around a little bit, make noise as you do it.
Yeah, I'm good at being efficient in my job, so that way I can goof off a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think
That's
that
the important part.
if I'm too efficient, I don't get paid enough because I work by the hour. So,
Oh, yeah.
and I do.
There we go.
I help doing handyman stuff, and then I also like do photo assisting and office work and all sorts of shit. And pretty much anything that will pay me because I'm an artist, and I gotta
I like
live
being a
somehow.
drug dealer.
Well, yeah, I don't do that. I know people that do, though. I mean, people I'm very close to that I don't
And,
want to
yeah.
incriminate.
I put the manure in entrepreneur.
You'll put the what?
I said I put the manure in entrepreneur. Nobody else would call
Oh
it.
yeah, the manure. That's kind of funny. Kind of funny.
I don't know. It better be. It
So,
better be.
why did you decide? Oh shit! Why did you decide to do
So,
stand up? I thought about it a little bit, but I never really. I don't know.
Because if I continued
kind of
doing
an
what I was
introvert.
doing and never did anything that I enjoyed for the rest of my life, I would have ended up eating the bullet.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, you should do what
And
you
I'm good at
you
it.
should do what you want. Yeah. See, and I always think I'm funnier than I am, but you know, looks aren't
I have
everything.
a pretty good. Actually, looks hurt.
Yeah, I would. That's a joke, though. You know, see, it's like looks aren't
I
everything.
know.
Funny looks.
I can
Funny
do
looks.
it. Like being a
Yeah.
Franco and being a comedian, that they're just not a I'm not like integers, I guess, if you wanted to make it math.
I don't know. I know I'm for some reason I tend to gravitate towards being friends with comedians. I like not like a few.
You're awesome.
You know,
Sad, funny.
like Karen Ronkowski. Do you know Karen Ronkowski? She does tarot and
No.
comedy. Yeah, she's
She
pretty
does
funny. And then
Tarot and comedy?
tarot and comedy at the same time.
Nobody's done that since Miss Cleo.
No, she's much funnier than Miss Cleo. Miss Cleo, I think she's also less gold digging.
I think Miss Cleo was moonlighting as a tarot card reader, and in the daytime she sold pine salt, right?
I have no. I think that's a different lady. I think that yeah. They don't all look alike, okay?
But they're both hucksters.
Maybe, probably. I don't know either of them, so I can't really say.
If somebody tells me that Asian people don't all look alike, I'll call them a liar straight to their face.
Not all of them, but some of them do. Yeah, most.
We'll put it this way: they have
I can tell that-
predominantly similar features.
I think you're probably just programmed to not recognize their differences.
No, I've looked. I've made a game of it.
This cat is trying to get up in my shit. Trying to get up where I'm drawing. She is so funny. Her name is Mary Jane, and she is addicted to canned food. And so at like sunshine every morning, she wakes me up, and she just goes until I give her food.
I threw it out right then. Like,
I don't. I like to torture her a little bit. I'm mean like that.
Cool. As long as you do that, just a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I'm like, nope. You're gonna wait until the dogs go out and come back in, and I make my coffee, and you can just meow all you want. I did that the other day too. It was kind of mean. Don't tell her mom.
No. It's just showing his place. You're God to that cat, basically, and you need to remind her of that.
Yeah. Well, and
Just
I
like the other
put her outside, and she hates being outside, but she tortures the other cat. Not the male cat, but the other female cat. She tortures it. So, and the other female cat is just so friggin' cute. She's an adorable, sweet little thing. She doesn't ever come out of the bedroom.
Sounds like my girlfriend.
The tiniest cat I've ever heard. At least she doesn't stay in the bathroom all the time. I know people that do that.
That's what I call a house cat.
Yep, I'm a house cat for the most part.
It keeps the pussy to cribs.
Well, I think introverts, like, and only children that are introverts, I think that we don't mind being alone too much. So it's like,
I crave it.
yeah, it's conducive for being with somebody who is like more independent, because then it doesn't bother you whenever they go off to do their thing. You can keep yourself occupied.
But when you're with a codependent.
Yeah, and see, mine isn't a codependent. He's like just like Captain Save-A-Ho sometimes, you know.
Well, there's a difference too between like people like that and then they just genuinely love you and want to be around you. Like,
He
I've
does
had a
love
hard
me,
time
but
doing it.
I think sometimes he doesn't love himself. That's the problem.
I see him. I feel that.
I don't know what it is with guys being insecure like that.
Well, no, I'm not insecure. I'm secure in my dislike for
Well,
myself.
but you don't think it's insecurity that makes you people please like a little bit, just a little bit?
No, I do that to get what I want.
Oh, that's manipulation. That's not nice.
No, it's not nice, but it's effective.
Very. Usually. I can't bring myself to even in competition with people that are manipulating my man. I just can't do it. I can't manipulate him because I wouldn't feel good about it.
It's so that you micro manipulate unconsciously. Everyone does.
Really try to consciously. Everything I do, I try and do consciously.
I really feel like the things that people try to consciously like hold away or hold at bay, the more prone they are to do them unconsciously, like through the
Unless you program yourself to not do them.
Yeah.
Because you can do
You
that.
can condition yourself somewhat, but
And you really
I was
have to
gonna-
work through your subconscious, programming from your parents and shit too first, or else it just pretty much backfires.
you know, like what ego death is, and like how to.
Yeah,
what
I
happens
tried
process,
murder. Yeah, I stopped doing that because I
voluntarily
decided.
versus involuntarily.
Yeah, well, either. I stopped doing both. Because I decided one day that I was going to choose love over fear if I had a choice between the two. And then I realized, like, oh shit, I'm like friggin' being really fucking mean to my ego and treating it like a bitch, basically.
Well, so I felt like whenever I did it, that was necessary. Like it wasn't treating it like a bitch. Treating it like a bitch. It was treating it like a child to show it where it belongs.
Well, yeah, that works. That's all good, and it is very effective. But I figured out a better way, actually, and I gave it a new job instead of friggin' like micromanaging my life, and worrying and shit like it normally does, and acting out like a friggin' small child. I put it on the backdoor bouncer anti-brainwashing unit.
There you go.
So now whenever commercials come on, like advertisements on TV, I just curse and yell at the TV, basically. And then that's
Good on
good enough for
dickhead
my
duty.
Yeah, it's good enough for my ego. It's like and it still does. It has the job of like emergency mode, like that. Like whenever you're like in a car accident or something, how
Fight or
everything
flight.
like. Well, yeah, and that too. But
Response.
my emergency mode is like excellent. Like I
It's a
just react
combination.
like exactly how I should without overcorrecting and
Yeah. Like a movie
it's
type shit. Like,
yeah, exactly.
everything's-
And your hard drives go on and you like start taking in all the data.
yeah, it's almost unbelievable. Like
It is. It's amazing.
to explain, because I'd call me a liar if somebody told me that they did like what I've done in like not fight or flight, but it's like
I saved our lives. Like we were almost going to be in a car accident, but I like had this dream. It was a recurring nightmare actually when I was a kid, which actually gave me like I was afraid to drive for years. I mean, it took me like a lot of marijuana and music and meditation to be able to drive. But before
next
that,
door neighbor was in a wreck. Oh, sorry. Wait.
Oh, go ahead. Your next door neighbor was in a wreck.
Yeah, she was in a wreck. She's like 16 years old. She's like 70 now, and hasn't drove since.
Yeah, it's horrible whenever the dream that I had was like so vivid. It seemed like it was real, and then like one day we were coming home from work up in the mountains. We worked all day. We were fucking so tired, and I was falling asleep in the passenger seat, and Scott was driving, and I basically woke up to see what I had experienced in my dream like so many times, but it was like right before the end of the dream, which is where we would like run in. I didn't ever see who was driving, but I knew that I was a passenger in the dream. But basically we would end up running into the semi truck by drifting into their lane underneath their trailer, basically. And I just like looked over, and Scott was sleeping, and while he was driving, and he was starting to drift into the lane with the semi. And I just reached over and I put my hand on his shoulder, and I said, "Scott, wake up!" And I didn't like yell or freak out or anything. And he just like straightened out the car, and that was that. It was fucking amazing. And I was like, I had told him about that dream because like I was like a nervous rider in the sense of like, how somebody like is like with the oh shit grip, yeah, especially next to semis. So he knew about it, and I was like, oh my god, that was my dream. And he was like, yeah. And then we just like we were like so pumped with adrenaline at that point. It was like, whoa.
You know, I never imagined I'd be talking to an anti-Semite tonight.
I don't get it. Oh, semi. Oh, semi. Semi. Yeah, I don't like semis.
Oh, Lord.
Very
I can't-
prejudiced against
Every-
anti-semi.
Hey, prejudice will save your life sometimes. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Well, it's like discrimination. You know that word has so much more meaning than just prejudice.
Yeah, well, it
When
doesn't.
you're discriminating, you have good taste.
be.
Or you're discriminating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it's saying that like if a black dude saw 4 bald white guys with covered in tattoos walking toward his way at nighttime, he's not going to assume, well, oh, they must have just got out of chemo. He's going to get on the other side of the fucking road, go home, and feel guilty alive. That's fine.
Funny, I would probably trust like some really like thugged out looking black dudes more than I would trust like some like corporate looking dude. Personally. It's like I met some really good people that look like degenerates.
Oh, yeah.
Dated a
Whenever
few
I
of
was in jail in Minnesota, I was in this church program, and the preacher was supposed to pick me up after whenever I was released to take me to a Greyhound station. Well, that motherfucker never showed, but I saw him the first time, like after I got out. And you know who was there? Daniel Hernandez, a Latin king, a gang member that I'd met while I was there. It was at 6 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I remember the story. You said you were the only white guy in the Latin team.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Yeah.
funny.
Like right
That's
here.
funny.
Here's my sign.
Right there. Gang sign, man. Oh, look at this.
Okay, there it is. I love those pins.
Yeah, this is also, I've got this sticker paper, and so that's what they like. It's like clear holographic, and that's what I did with the water. That's why it looks all dimensional. And then this is like embossing powder, and I did it. It's like iridescent clear, but I did it on black over black, so it kind of makes it like ooh.
Rick
That's pretty crazy.
Powder.
That's really cool. This is a cool dragon.
I love it. Were you chasing it though?
Am I chasing the dragon? No, I'm not into that drug.
You shouldn't pass up the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, I guess I could laugh, but I prefer.
Oh, no. But listen, feigned laughter is an insult.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. So you wouldn't want it to be insincere.
No, I can tell the difference usually.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not the kind of person to pander to somebody that's not funny. I'm like really brutally honest, and it doesn't rub. It doesn't rub a lot of people the right way. But I just can't help it.
Well, I mean, hold on. What the Look at this. Check it out.
What's going on there? You're all blurry. What is that? Like mine is like weird. Let's see. I can't even see
my phone.
Get some cleavage going. Oh,
Oh,
love cleavage.
war's been started. For this.
You know, oh no, you're echoing.
I was getting this to turn this around here. One second. Oh wow, that was really echoey. What's it talking about?
That's a trip.
I know, I like it. Damn. Can you see over there? Oh, I guess I can see what you can see.
Yep, you can.
I think it's the Pink Floyd one. And the one below my face, terrible quality. But I'm gonna write jokes on these. And my hand is there. That's much better, isn't it? You can't hear the echo, right?
Nope, it got better.
See, I got these from Lowe's, and like I kind of like paint a little doobie bit on them, and I want to write like little one-liner jokes on them and sell them.
Cool. Yeah, I have really cool business cards. Let me see. Yeah, I did these ones. Camera. Wrong camera.
Oh, that's cool.
And then the backs are really cool,
Okay, that is dope.
isn't it? And I like handmade them, and they're like I've got different. They're all different. Like, see, this one is like that one's polka dots, and then that one's really cool.
I'll show you some. Look here, come here, my little.
See, they're like different. These were like wedding placeholders, and they had like little pieces that were square that so you could set them up like for somebody's name, write somebody's name on it for like a wedding or something. And I bought like 50 of them for like $2
Mine
in China.
fancy shaped and cool like that, but I like that picture though. I got my war paint. I can't tell if it's war paint or clown makeup.
Yeah. Yep, I think I'm pretty much. I'll put some black back in that. Not on subject, but where did my lid go? I lost my lid. Oh no!
Oh no, you lost a whole.
Did you
lid.
steal it, cat? The cat stole it.
Yeah.
I blame her.
Do you understand what I say whenever I say, or what I mean when I say you lost? Oh no, you lost a whole lid. That's a lot. Like,
A lid? Like, yeah,
yeah,
I think so. Maybe.
it's an old terminology for pot.
Oh yeah. Speaking of, yeah, it looks like a zip is like what, an ounce too?
Yeah.
But that's different.
Got zips and O.
Oh, yeah. That's what I said, an ounce.
Yeah. She's sweet though. I don't know if they do it.
Yeah, they usually use it in powder. Oh, that's funny.
Dahmer, I barely know her.
Ooh, my earring keeps falling off. What the fuck, man? Oh, am I supposed to not cuss?
Oh, you can cuss as much as you want to. What do you cuss?
Yay! I'm a sailor.
Got my bands on, but I feel like cussing, motherfucker.
I love these. The THC vape. It's a good shit.
Do.
This one tastes like Fruit Loops.
And
Or Fruity Pebbles.
this one tastes like tobacco.
Yeah,
Flavored.
I like tobacco too.
I do too.
Tobacco's good.
Funny. Nobody gets sick from smoking cigarettes until everyone starts telling them or getting on their ass they should quit, or get a diagnosis. Like, I've seen people go from healthy as a horse to just wasted away to nothing in a matter of months after they get a diagnosis. It's the power of the mind is a wild thing. Like, if it's like that classical conditioning, and you know, if somebody tells you something enough times and you're programmed to believe it, your body will react to it. It's like a anti-placebo effect. It's still the same thing, but it's got negative.
It's called Maya-festing. Because Maya is suffering. So, like, whenever you worry about shit,
like M-I-O.
and you make it happen. No, it's M-A-Y-A, like Maya. Because it's like manifesting. And I call manifesting M-A-N-A because mana is like, that's like your personal power. Mana, yeah. So it's manifesting and then Maya-festing. And Maya-festing is what you do whenever you make, it's like the self-fulfilling prophecy thing, you know, like you like worry about something bad and then you make it happen.
Yeah, you internalize it and then make it real.
Yeah, you basically like it wouldn't have happened, but you're like so convinced that it was going to happen that it happens. That's the only reason that it happens.
You take steps to open the door for it to happen.
Yeah. Well, and manifestation is a thing, and I think it's like just like The Secret said, except for they forgot like some things that were very important. Oh, there's my lid! Yay!
Very simple. Like it's not as magic.
You have to actually do something. You can't just think something to make it happen. You have to actually take some action on it and like make sure there's a space for it to happen. You have to give it an opportunity.
I process gonna sound ridiculous, but I can influence the way that coin flips.
Yeah, me too. You should do this thing that I do, and it's a remote viewing tournament. Pretty good.
Well, I lucid dreams like better than anybody.
I do that too. Me too. I didn't even know that everybody couldn't do it until my mom bought a book about it, and I was like, what? So I was like, that's what I do all the time, and then I got bored with it, so I stopped doing it.
People don't believe me. Like I lost my dad when I was 15, and like by the time I was 17 or 18 years old, like I was like fishing with him every night. Like this is what we used to like.
You guys were really close. Yeah. I lost my dad when he realized that I was becoming a woman, and he started being an asshole to me, and then he just like abandoned me basically. So I had daddy issues. I was a stripper for a while.
Dad told me I raised you till you were 13, and then I figured.
Yeah, I was like probably 11 or 12 when my dad like decided that I was the most evil person because I was female. I can understand why though. Grandma was a fucking bitch. Grandma was a bitch. She was a gold digger, and she left my grandpa. It traumatized my dad whenever he was 3. My grandpa raised the love child of my grandma and some other dude who was obviously half black. Was not my and my dad resented the brother and resented my grandpa because he was raising some kid that wasn't his and thought he was weak. So I can understand why he was messed up, but I don't think that's an excuse.
I mean, you gotta think, he should have thought about, told that they took on the grandfather to take that kind of blow to his ego.
But he was emotionally stunted at 3 years old, my dad was. Because they got divorced after my grandma cheated on my grandpa, and then my grandpa lost his job, so my grandma left him, cheated on him, left the baby with him, and then went off and married some rich guy.
A girl that I know, or a girl I dated, she lived with her grandparents for a little while, and shit you not, her mother ended up dating the girl's grandfather on the other side.
Whoa. Yeah. Well, it's not bad genetics, I guess, but it is pretty messed up. Have you ever dated like a friend of yours' ex-girlfriend or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Violating the bro code. Oh yeah, I bet.
These bro codes, they would do the same thing except they would lie about it.
Yeah, I slept with one of my friend's ex-boyfriends, like with her permission, and probably a couple of times, if I'm being honest.
Right. I mean, that's what we're here. That's what people.
But I don't. Yeah, well, and in high school, there was a guy that my friend had a crush on, and we made an agreement that since she hadn't had a boyfriend before, that I would give her first swing at him. But then he like started coming on to me really hard, and I really liked him. So yeah, I kind of screwed that up.
Forbidden fruit tastes the sweetest.
That's what they say. I don't know. I'm a pretty loyal person, though. Whenever I'm in a relationship, I will break up with somebody before I will cheat on them. I'll just be like, if I'm going to do this. I mean, I did get into an emotional affair once, sort of, but I was also like making moves to leave at that time. I changed my mind. But then I didn't.
Might be worse.
Yeah, really? Like with somebody that's like really far away and you're just like getting what you emotionally need from somebody, not like actually in a relationship.
Yeah.
And nothing physical or sexual.
Yeah, I do, because I think like.
Because I have a lot of friends that I am like really close with. That are guys.
Yeah, that's
because I don't
good.
get along very well with a lot of them. I'm best friends with. Oh yeah, guys don't like other guys usually like that. I mean, they see them as competition. I think, just like women don't like other women sometimes. I just think that they need to not get revenge on everybody, because that is the worst thing about women, is they're vengeful. So like you could like tell them your deep dark secrets, and you have to worry about that if you're not friends anymore. That's fucked up. Because you tell a guy your deepest darkest secret, and they don't like go and blab the next day unless they're a fucking bitch.
Yeah, which I made a lot of bitch made dudes. But
yeah.
I still think that when you have to run the risk of them making up things too, not even so.
I think guys too. I mean, guys will lie to protect their feelings.
The dude did, one dude I was talking about that dated his ex, called her sister and told her that I was a pedophile.
Yeah, and she didn't ask you about it. Did she believe you or what?
She did.
Or believe
No, she didn't believe it. No, she didn't believe it at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it either. I mean, if somebody said that about me, somebody would tell me. It's like I don't hang out with people that would believe something
I never
like that.
expected that. Like
that's a deeply disturbed person, and it can really fuck your life up. I mean,
yeah, he tried.
Why were they so upset? I mean, what'd you do to them? Not saying you did, but
it was like a year and a half after they broke up, and I went on a date with her.
But it wasn't.
So be careful about that.
Oh yeah, no. I think if it did, I went back with one ex. I guess my last boyfriend I was with for 11 years, but there was like a year and a half break in the middle, and I shouldn't have gone back. He was abusive periodically, like maybe once every couple of years, and so I thought,
it
was really
and loss.
Yeah. Well, and the fact was that it wasn't that often, and I thought, it's like the good parts were good, and it kind of was like, and the bad parts were few and far between, but it got to a point eventually where it got easier and easier for him to hit me, and so I just had to. I mean, he like literally the last time.
I'd be lying if I said I'd never hit a woman.
Well, see, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with it, because sometimes I'm not kidding. I was asking for it. Like, I would not let him leave because I couldn't leave it unresolved, but I should have just let him go and just blow off steam and then come back and we could discuss it.
Chased after him with a curling iron like a redneck.
No. I blocked the door and wouldn't let him leave and gave me a fat lip. And one time I hit him upside the head and almost popped his eardrum because I did it like, like with a cup can. And and then he punched me, like hit me pretty hard. And I like have a glass jaw. So like if you hit me in the face, like here, I'm going down. I'm hitting the floor.
See,
that's a weird thing.
In the face so fucking hard the other morning. I did not mean to at all.
It was an accident.
Wrong, but it was crazy. Like I couldn't have hit someone like more square, better, perfectly.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible. Oh my god, I hope you were so sad, like sorry, and you were like groveling. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh god. Yeah. Was there any bruising or anything?
Yeah, she got a little pump knot, like, but it didn't like change colors or anything. Thank God, I would have died.
Thank God. Yeah. Well, see, and with my current guy, we've been together for 16 years. Like, we hit each other once, and I hit him first, and he hit me back with about the same force that I hit him with.
See, it was just, if it's gonna happen, men should know the difference.
Well, and I hit him first. I totally deserved it. I mean, like, I think that I don't think it's like just because you're stronger doesn't mean you shouldn't hit a girl. It just means you shouldn't hit her as
That's
hard
what I mean.
as you
Like,
could.
you have to moderate. Like, you know,
Mhm.
what is a truly strong person is someone that has the capability of using violence but chooses not to.
Well, and I tell you, if I got into a serious fight, like life and death, I would murder a motherfucker in a second. I mean,
hell,
I'm
there's no
just,
such thing.
I fucking bite, I
Like
scratch,
there's-
I freaking stick my fingers in your eyes and up your nose.
I'm
Freaking
joking
punch you in the
about that
throat,
right now. Yeah.
kick you in
If
the balls.
anybody talks about a fair fight has never been in a fight.
No, not a real fight, because that in a real fight, there's no
Yes, you're
rules
trying
of
to hurt
engagement
me
for
or
that.
Kill me.
Or somebody that I love. That's me. Like I've only gotten in fights over. I mean, like real fights between another person for somebody defending somebody.
Yeah, I've done that too.
Two of the people that
never
I
done-
defended against ended up being serial killers,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. and I did, and they didn't serial kill.
Own.
It was like I felt that they were threatening, and they were threatening my friends, so I had to do it, you know. And I didn't know that they were a serial killer. But one of them wasn't yet. And the other one, just hadn't been caught yet. Yeah. My shirt and just threw me on the lawn and said, "Let it go."
That's what we need to bring back. You should be able to assault your kids again. Like,
Under those circumstances, yeah. I know I assaulted my mom a couple of times. My dad encouraged me to hit my mom in the door with the screen door whenever she was bent over feeding the cats out front. And she fell in the gravel face first. And my dad was laughing, so I laughed, and she got up so fast, and she just friggin' squawk, just right across my face. And that was that.
My
Yeah.
dad pissed me off one time because for my birthday, I got a Stretch Armstrong, so my cousin and I stretched it out, and he got drunk as shit and just pulled his pocket knife out and cut his arm right off. So that night, right? What kind of an asshole?
The whole arm
Yeah,
with the pocket knife?
yeah. There's
Wow.
Stretch Armstrong. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant it was a person.
Oh no. Oh,
That would have been
no.
a horrific story. I was really seeing it like that in my head. Oh my god, that would have been
No,
horrible.
yeah, I'm scared.
I didn't mean to make that reality. Whoops.
I was like, oh, you fat man, you don't know what you've done. You don't know who you've meddled with now. So, you think of that. You wouldn't think of that night. I just coated the floor.
You really said it like that? Did you really say it like that?
Hey, my mom's fat man, you don't know who you've meddled with? Yeah.
That's great. That is fucking great. I can't wait till we're telepathic and I can experience that. It'll just beam it into my head what happened, how you see it in your head. That'll be so cool.
I got out of the bathroom and went to my room and just sat there, like I crossed my legs and just sat there like this on my bed until I heard, and I was like, now you know.
My mom told a story about whenever I was little. One time I got sick in the middle of the night, and I was like an only child, and I was used to like getting up and quietly and but I went in the bathroom and I threw up all over the bathroom, and I didn't clean it up. Instead, I found a piece of paper, tape, and a pen, and I put a note on the piece of paper that said, "Mom, I was sick in the night. Don't be mad." And then I taped it to the bathroom door and shut it very quietly. And my mom was the same.
If a girl throws up in the bathroom and no one's around to hear it,
yeah, it's still a fucking mess.
yeah, exactly. Trees still fall. And that makes sense.
I remember being a kid and we only had one bathroom, and I remember shitting my pants waiting for my mom to get out of the bathroom. So
I can't say I remember that. I stopped raising my hand to even ask to go to the bathroom in elementary school.
Why?
Don't fucking ask me, make me raise my hand to go do something I gotta do.
Did you just send me a picture?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how do I look at it? Oh, I don't know if this will take me away. I hope not. If it does, I'll be right back. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, as a kid, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you guys grew apart a little bit though, but yeah, I could see
Oh,
the reason.
yeah, he had money.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, my mom
Yeah,
was
well,
upset.
that's not everything. I'm not
Well,
impressed with his money. I like some of his
Alright.
ideas, but I don't. I think anybody that wants to go live on Mars, I mean, I think that it's going to take a lot more adjustment than what
It's
they
gonna
think.
take a huge.
I
It's
mean,
gonna take a whole
because
humanity.
yeah, I don't know how to. Yeah,
Oh, and here's my first real celebrity.
just
look like.
it needs you. People don't realize exactly how specific this environment that we. Oh yeah, right. I gotta open it again. Let's see. I hit the wrong button.
What's up? You know, I'm telling my inner snack cake. You're either laughing or silent in abject horror. Yeah. It always works. Little Debbie. Just the money makes me handsome.
You want to tell me what's wrong with my fingers?
God damn.
I said, what's wrong is that you make it back. You need to know what's after.
You still there?
Yeah.
Oh, there you
Maybe.
go. I hear you.
Yeah. Now you do.
Oh, yeah, don't you know?
Don't you know? Well, for crying out loud,
Well, for Pete's sake. Who's Pete?
Pete's sake.
Just say Peter?
Yeah, probably. Probably. A lot of them are Lutherans.
Peter. What?
My
Yes.
boyfriend, his family was from St. Paul, so
I went to jail in St. Paul.
cool. I've never been that far northeast. I've been that far east, but to New Orleans. But
That's
it was
bullshit.
yeah. What?
Jail there and the place in general. You know, Minnesota's land 1,000 lakes. I say we take out the middle, man. Make it one big lake. I won't miss it.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting. Speaking of like water areas, like I was watching this freaking documentary the other day, and it was about how if we divided the United States up by water zones, that it would like really make everything much more efficient, and we would have less states.
Everything that's proposed as a hypothetical is more appealing, like especially to the people that make the proposal.
I don't think it sounds that far off though. I mean, you could like totally do that and just rearrange everything, and it's going to happen with money. Money is going to collapse eventually, and it's going to become something. It's going to be and it's going to be something else.
It's going to
be crypto problem. Yeah, exactly.
I've been saying since the beginning.
I'm staking some DeFi, and I have Coinbase and
yeah, I've got Coinbase and all that shit, but It's just
Yeah, I don't have
laws.
Robinhood. I don't do Robinhood because they're fucking asshole bastards.
I still think that's
Fuck-
amazing.
fuck my friends up.
They did exactly what the big hedge fund managers and Wall Street
Yeah.
guys do every day. And
Well,
then,
but they did it for those people too. They like friggin' they didn't have the money to cover whenever the GameStop thing happened. They didn't have the money to cover it, and so basically the people that had loaned them money were like, "Well, we want our loan back now," and they didn't have it, so they had to friggin' shut it down before it got worse.
no, they have the money. They just
No,
don't
they
play
don't.
with their own money.
Well, yeah, they didn't have the money to pay it back because they were leveraged at that moment. They were over leveraged.
They didn't want to give the money that they owned. That was the other
But
people.
the amount of face that they lost over that, oh my fucking god. That
Yeah.
I mean, and they could have seriously got in legal trouble for that too.
Yeah, no,
I
they
mean,
should have. They should be prosecuted just
they
the
should
same
have,
as
but
fucking people that do it every day.
they don't. They should be getting shit, like getting arrested and getting like charged with shit, not just
They should be-
paying fucking
that-
fines.
That
Because they let them pay
or
fines.
fries.
Yeah.
Or peach
Yeah.
fries.
Wow. Well,
Maybe Pulitzer, that'd be maybe a little bit more.
those people will be
What's
coming
that?
back. Those people will be coming back again, not voluntarily. I mean, until they get it right. That's
It's not surprising.
that's what happens. Like, you pretty much keep coming back to fulfill your contract. And it means you gotta get it right.
Ended up committing suicide by shooting themselves in the back.
Yeah, but what's gonna happen then? Then you're gonna be freaking reincarnated in Ethiopia as a starving child or some shit. With born with
Come back
AIDS.
as an anal lead.
Yeah, or you come back as an animal.
Already was born one of those.
Yeah, I've been a few. I think I've got a whole friggin' zoo of spirit animals.
Some do not.
I really like owls. You want to see a cute owl? This is a cute owl. It's a glass. Oh, where is it? Camera. See?
I've never figured out how many licks it takes to get to the center of anything.
Me neither. But do you try? You better try though.
Yeah. See, I take that differently. Like when it comes to like suckers and stuff, I take my record is like about 10 seconds because I will chew that baby.
Oh, I don't.
All the
I never
flavor
do.
immediately.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I
self-control,
do.
moderation issues. Like
Everything in moderation, including moderation. You gotta cut loose every once in a while. And I guess if you're gonna do
Everything in
anything, it might as well be that because that's pretty
everything
innocuous. Really. It's not like,
in copious amounts.
I think that sometimes there's a
Yes,
time for everything. There's a time for everything. Too much of anything is not good. That's all
No,
I know.
not too much. Too much of. What about too much love?
That is
As long as
different.
it's reciprocated.
Love is like water, and it's like
Be like wash some cracks.
I mean you can overdose on it. You can overdose on water too, but
Yeah, after hydrosis, just
love is probably the most bittersweet
too much knowledge.
experience. Self and others and
No,
all.
yeah, it's easy. Well, it's not easy to, but you could definitely fall victim to being like obsessed with yourself, like delusions of grandeur and whatnot.
Really? You think? Thank you.
You know, I mean, you as in a general term for
Oh, you were being. It was yeah. Okay, I took it literally. Sorry. I read the Bible, so I take everything literally.
Well,
What kind of a
the
fucking accent was that?
Earth is only 5,000 years old. I don't shit know. I mean,
5,000.
6 May.
You know what? I heard they rode donkeys.
Well,
I like me a donkey. Donkeys are so much better than horses.
You look like a jackass. You know, I heard
Of course.
God drowned the dinosaurs because they were mean to us.
Yeah. You know why God gave black men big dicks?
So they could fall over it whenever they were getting chased by the white man.
Felt sorry for them.
I know, I could have to make it up one.
That was bad, right? It's
No,
fucking
that's
hilarious though.
It's like,
Yeah,
why-
because it like blow it up, squash it down. Both sides.
why doesn't
Yeah.
Mexico have an
It's
Olympic
like
team?
what doesn't what?
Why doesn't Mexico have an Olympic team?
The cartel's too fucking drugged up? I don't know.
Well, that's because every Mexican that can either run fast or swim is already here.
Oh. Yeah, I knew that one. Yeah, I know a lot of bad jokes. You know what my favorite joke is though? It's actually
There's no such thing as a
it's
fat
not a clean
joke.
joke, but it's like an inappropriate joke for children, but it's about
So it's a good joke.
the
That's what
it's
I
all
mean.
right. Yeah. Well, there's two actually that are really good. But my very favorite joke is what happens when you put the Energizer Bunny's batteries in backwards.
A singularity.
He keeps
What?
coming and coming and coming and coming.
I like that. Oh, my
And
goodness.
then the other one is how many flies does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Okay.
I'm trying to beam it into your head.
Oh. Starving children.
No. Oh, but that reminds me of another joke. But no, it's two, but they don't know how they got in there.
See, I love riddles, but I hate
Screw in a
it.
light bulb. I'm a sphinx. I like literally I like follow this it's like an astrological sort of marriage to I Ching. It's called Human Design or like Gene Keys. It's pretty cool. I have all the books. Gene Keys. Yeah, like Gene Keys. Like yeah, Scooby-Doo. Plus
Keys.
you know, cartoon universe.
Keith.
I've lived a few lives in the cartoon universe and I've definitely made some of those fucked up cartoons.
I hate my cartoon.
And the aliens hijack my dreams of these cool ass cartoons and use them to manipulate the masses.
Your girlfriend doesn't dream.
She does too. She doesn't remember it.
She doesn't
And I can-
remember, but that's still
She doesn't
odd.
remember it. You know what she would have to do? She would have to ask for it, like until she actually had a dream. And whenever she had the dream, she'd have to write it down when she woke up, and it would just kick it right on. It's in our friggin' makeup.
Yeah.
It's part of being
Yeah,
a human.
feed it.
Yeah, you have to. Well, that's what reality is. It serves to you. This is how manifestation works. It's like it serves to you what you pay attention to. Like it gives you more of that because it's like, oh, they're really into that. That must be really important. So, ding, up the priority list. It's like whenever somebody likes you, it's like moving it to the top of the comments. You know.
It's like the observer effect. Like
Yeah, well, and there's like so many layers of ourselves. Like if you know how to like, it's not necessarily disassociation, but if you know how to like find a package that makes it more useful as a group, you know, like as so you can like work together like a crew in your own head.
and a lot of shit too.
It's not like actual multiple personalities though, because everybody's aware. Everybody knows who's in control. There's an oversoul of me.
What you're talking
And then
about.
You don't have any idea?
About social chameleonism.
They call it random acting too, but I think that those are both negative terms because like it's not like I'm hiding anything, and I do mirror other people, but it's a way of connecting to people in a way that it's for
It's a defense mechanism.
cumulative effect.
Also.
No, it's not a defense mechanism. I am the most non-defensive. I'm defending myself right now. I'm saying no, but that's because I know that I'm not being defensive. I wouldn't do that otherwise.
Well, it is defensive if you look at it through the scope of like
It could be taken that way.
making your interactions with people be a bit more smooth. Like it's you're not taking action.
I lie if people make me lie to them. You know, if they can't handle the truth. But I generally.
Gymnastics.
Where did I get my social skills? At the strip club. That was like extrovert boot camp. And it was amazing because like guys were paying to just like look at me. And I'm a good dancer and I love music. It was fun, but it's really no different than any other workplace except for everything is out in the open. and after a while, it starts to grate on you. It's like there's a reason for.
Is it that everything starts to grate on you, or is it people's opinions of you start to grate on you?
No, it doesn't
they
grate
don't
on.
matter.
That doesn't. No, it's so ugly at some points. Just seeing it all, like drugs and friggin' people cheating on people and like just depravity.
That's the worst part. It's like I never want to get tired of seeing pussy.
You can see a lot of them actually because everybody's wearing underwear.
I have a gift. I can tell anyone what their pussy looks like without seeing it.
Oh, really? I would love if you told me. You'd be surprised. I'd be surprised.
I already know.
Do you have to ask first?
Mm-mm.
Out of politeness? No?
It's weird, like sixth sense that I've got. Like,
and so this is like a party trick that your girlfriend's aware of.
Yeah.
It's like your stupid human trick.
Like,
I can bend my finger all the way backwards. Oh.
now I definitely know what I'm saying.
And then, look at this. Bend my joint. I can't get the right camera angle. It's like,
here's me. Take my strong hand, child.
And my foot. Oh, my foot. Oh.
I got huge. Like, I got cartoon feet. Like they look like Sancho Bob.
Mine, I have bone spurs. I'm like, where's my foot? See the point? Oh, it's right there.
Mm-hmm.
But they're clean.
Almost done.
I have pink toenails. They could use another coat though.
I'm allergic. I don't get pink eye anymore. Like, same thing, right?
That's good. You wash your hands and shit, yeah.
No, I've had.
Don't use other people's mascara.
I've got
Do what?
I've had so many people. I've had so many asses on my face. I got that herd immunity.
Well, as long as you wash it first, it's all right.
I just love that Patsy spouting that herd immunity bullshit. I'm just like, boy.
No, I'm like, you know what? Though I think that there is something to be said for a person building their own immune system. Because, like, I did never get the flu shot either.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
I had COVID twice and I didn't die. I quit smoking. Right whenever COVID happened. I quit smoking immediately. I just got on the vape and then I've been on it ever since.
It's going to make me sound arrogant as fuck, but I made a timeline of everything that's going on right now. I'm almost 95% correct on almost everything. The only thing that I haven't gotten right yet on the timeline is when they actually put us in these camps for our own good.
They're not going to do that. Not here. Maybe
not
anywhere where anybody. I don't know. Anybody that has guns, they haven't taken our guns yet.
Yeah, they're taking our ammo.
No. I got reloaders. I know how to do it.
Yeah, I do too, because I'm capable.
And I'm an excellent marksman. I won a bunch of turkey shoots. My dad wanted me to be. I was like that was the only way that I ever saw him happy about anything that I did. Was whenever I kicked his friend's ass.
Whenever I fucked his friend's daughters.
I fucked my dad's friend. And his wife.
Oh, that's funny.
When I was 16. I was very mature, and like whenever we moved, like from the little town,
I want to call them
it was like,
but let's think what every dude that fucks all the younger chicks says. You're very mature for your age, whether you are or not.
No, but I seduced the dude, and he did not ever even like look at me sideways until I started hitting on him. And yeah. And I asked my mom's permission, and he had a vasectomy. I mean, and it was like, hello, Mr. Robinson, you know?
Where did the vasectomy come?
He taught me a lot of stuff.
This didn't cut him.
Oh, yeah, he could. It just didn't have any swimmers in it.
Thank God. Oh, well, I should say that for myself. Like, I despise the idea of children right now.
I had tutelage of an older man on the ways of pleasing a man, so it was like well worth it.
And
I was
living in
16.
England since I was 14.
My dad had every single Playboy and Penthouse, but he made my mom buy them from like I think it was like 1970 until.
I've got so much bush. It's like a bird sanctuary down there.
I know, and my mom had a Playgirl like a Playgirl special edition. It came with a subscription for Penthouse or something like that. I don't know how it got it. But I got in trouble for playing doctor with a neighbor boy whenever I was probably like 8 or 9, maybe.
I've been amateur gynecologist my whole life.
But my mom got so mad because she busted me playing doctor with the neighbor boy, and so she sent me to her room, and she was so mad she didn't know what to do, so she was just like freaking out in the kitchen, and was in there for a really long time, so I like poked my head out and I was like, Mom, can I look at a book? And so she said, go ahead, but don't enjoy it or something. I don't know what she said exactly.
No,
she said basically green light. So they had this big box full of like magazines and books that was next to their bed. And I dug all the way in the bottom and I had this hardcover freaking Playgirl like special book. It was like, it even had a dust cover. And no. It was definitely pornography. It was Playgirl. It wasn't, well, but it was anatomy, yeah, it was graphic. But yeah, and as second that I opened it up to this page where there was like full on like friggin' sex going on the page, my mom walked into the room and she was like, she saw it. I just saw her like just gasket was like, and she turned around and she walked back out. and I friggin' threw that book in the box. And I just sat there. And I was like,
all across details.
Yeah, my mom knew that. Then she had the talk with me that afternoon. She wanted to know what I knew.
My dad threw me in Playboy and was like, don't be queer.
I asked my mom for permission before I slept with my dad's friend and his wife.
I don't know if that's a red flag or just manners.
No, I think it's my mom knew that I had good coping mechanisms, and she would rather me sleep with a guy that had a vasectomy and that she knew was like not ridden with STDs, because they were like pretty close friends. Yeah, I got taught a lot of coping mechanisms, and I can cope with fucking anything. I have no fucking quit to me. There is no such thing as give up. I tried.
Were you taught coping mechanisms, or did you just have to learn them?
I was left to discover them. I was left on my own to discover them, and I was given space to figure it out myself, which is like fucking amazing that I did it when I was little. And I had a scary childhood because I'm like highly sensitive and I see supernatural things. I always have. And yeah, I even had like a really scary friggin'. Now I know it's like something that was just watching me, that was checking on me, but it was like I had a scary thing that would breathe outside my window. And my mom tried to tell me that it was just because I had the blankets up by my face and I was hearing my own breath. So I held my breath the next time it was there, and I could still hear it. And I was scared of it. I know what it is now. It's something totally different. It's a fallen angel.
Nephilim?
Abaddon.
Oh, Nephilim is a product of the angel and the human, right? Supposed to be.
Abaddon is the guardian of the abyss.
No, I said Nephilim is a product of the angel and the human having a baby or something, right?
Yeah, they are, supposedly, according to the Sumerians, yeah. I think they're aliens, and I think there is still some of their DNA in some of us.
I have a joke about Roswell. It's kind of a joke, kind of not. It's my take on it. Like, why they crashed there is because aliens came back to check on their Native American friends and saw what the fuck we did to them. And lost.
Yeah, not really true. That's a little heavy.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's another one.
Yeah, it's like an anvil. That's an anvil.
Being a veteran of the American Armed Forces grants one the rare and almost quintessential opportunity to live under a bridge that one day may be posthumously dedicated to you. Way to have their back.
I've got a little native in me, and so does Scott. Scott has Okanagan from the Northwest. Like his ancestor was like a princess. I know, and everybody says that, but she actually was like, and she was like, she married a French fur trader, like before Oregon was a state.
Jean-Claude Baptiste.
No, his name was it was, what was it? Something Sergeant. So it was like something sergeant, basically. It was Sergeant. So it was like he was French Canadian.
Jeez.
Yeah, he was a French fur trader that came up through northern Canada and went all the way across the whole continent and ended up in Bend, Oregon, in Salem, actually, originally. Yeah, and you know what's really weird? French Canadian fur trader, yeah. But he was from France originally, and he traveled all the way across. He wasn't born. Yeah, he was a wild man. Totally slept sitting up on the stump at the fire. Yeah. And Scott is the only person that I know that can sleep on the fucking toilet.
I fall asleep on the toilet all the time.
He's fallen off a couple of times. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have a bathtub. We don't have a bathtub, so he doesn't like friggin' eat it on the edge of a bathtub, but he ate it on the edge of the shower. Surround.
I get woke up by the morning wood, but like.
Of course, because you know what that is? That's like keeping your body from wetting your pants while you're, or like peeing in the bed.
Yeah, I like to call it my alarm clock.
Because you can't pee with a heart on.
Yeah, you can, but it's not a fun.
No, it's much harder. I mean, it gives you a little buffer there. Yeah. Yes. Has your significant other ever peed on you?
Yeah, like.
Accidentally or otherwise?
Yeah.
Mine has accidentally.
Mostly induced.
Oh yeah, you're into that? Oh.
No, I'm not into it, but it's
Oh, in the shower, I always pee on Scott in the shower. I pee on his feet. Whatever.
Well, I mean, it's
mark up my territory.
It's an involuntary reaction in some cases.
Oh, so she's a flirt.
Yeah, she never knew that, and I didn't either.
Yeah, that's not pee. That's not pee.
It's like 90% pee. Let's go ahead and be safe and say pee. I'm not going to be the guy that's getting pissed on doesn't know it.
It's lubricant mostly.
Lubricant.
Yeah. It's a self-cleaning oven, that thing.
It really is. It's pretty warm down there.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, like, it's the most resilient material I've ever seen. And I had 2 children and 1 stitch.
Oh, did they give you the courtesy stitch?
No, it was actually torn. I felt it.
No, I mean the courtesy stitch just to make it go back even.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they just but it only needed 1.
See, that's
stretchy shit like a snake's.
So stretchable.
Boing, it's very elastic. Yeah. It's amazing. I had 2 children with no drugs, and like the first one was like weighed 8 pounds, 13.5 ounces, so almost 9 pounds almost. And she was 8 days late, and it wasn't that hard. I mean, but the whole umbilical cord was wrapped around her body, and the doctor basically said her blood pressure is dropping every time you have a contraction, so you got 1 more push, or we're giving you stitches. And I was like, oh shit. And I fucking did it. 1 more.
Remember that your perineum and
they didn't do it episiotomy, no.
No, it just terrifies me. The idea of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, are you circumcised? No? Because, like, you obviously, if you are, you went through something like that traumatic. I think that's a friggin' brutal.
People carry that with them for their entire lives.
Well, it doesn't bother a lot of people. Like, Scott is circumcised, and it doesn't bother him, but he feels like he got gypped a little bit because, like, and I said, oh, baby, it's just because the female orgasm is just so much better.
I have a great way to equate it, and it's guys, we have 1 guitar solo. You guys get the whole orchestra section.
Yeah. several times for the whole friggin'.
If you're lucky, I guess.
I think, yeah.
I can have.
There
I
are
can have
people.
more than one, but two.
Yeah, some guys can have multiples too. I mean, occasionally, not all the time. You just have to have sex frequently, I think. If you don't have sex frequently, it's like really easy just to blow it off too easy. Should at least like.
And they'll give you the beta fallacy.
No, it's really funny because Scott has had that problem with other people, but I never have a problem.
Yeah, I've had that problem with people. It's like, well, after I grew up a little bit.
It's called tentacle porn is a little much. That's funny. I didn't. That's really funny. I didn't notice that until now. How funny is that?
Oh, this is what I didn't tell you, the rundown of your personality.
Oh, yeah? You already wrote that up and everything, huh?
Yeah, right there. Because it could come off the wrong way, so here's the one that wasn't. There we go. I'm considerate.
Very.
But here's also this.
Your demons work out. You think that's gonna scare me? Think that's gonna scare me? Oh, I don't think so. I'll kick their asses. Fucking dirty asses.
They're done.
I'll get my mule to kick them. Get my mule to kick them right off that cliff. Be wily coyote.
Maybe.
I put a sock over their head first too.
I never understood there was a jerk off and stuff.
It's polite because you can turn it inside out and then just.
Is it polite?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Wash them on hot. You do your own laundry, right?
Anybody that jerks off their sock ain't doing their own laundry.
Scott does.
Yes, it jerks off.
What do you mean has to? You mean gets to?
See, sometimes I know me. Like,
what else would he use his porn for? I mean,
studying for science.
He collects it. He doesn't even watch it. It's hilarious. And then, like, I find all these hard drives, and I'm like, where the fuck are all these hard drives? I need a hard drive, friggin' pop it in, and I'm like, holy shit. I was like, and then I have to watch them all because I'm like, are any of these me? They are.
Of course.
He does it covertly too. I hate that shit. I'm like, well, just fucking tell me, so I can at least like friggin',
work on my
get pretty, so we can like work on the camera angle. If I know where the camera is, yeah, we can put up some mirrors or some shit.
This is for AirPods.
Yeah, whenever you get a petabyte, then you're talking. Scott's got literally that many, but on several different flash drives.
It's Samson coming checking my flash drive.
What's really funny is whenever I came on this trip, because I'm staying here for 2 weeks and Scott's back at home working, and I had this huge peak suitcase, right? But the lady that I'm house sitting for, she needed a big suitcase, and I was like, well, why don't you just take mine since I'm going to be here the whole time you're gone? Just like give me a corner and I'll just put all my clothes there. I've got baskets, friggin'. So I let her take my. But whenever I was cleaning out the suitcase, I found like 3 hard drives zipped up in the back of it. I was like, oh, I forgot I put those there. I stole them from him. They're full of porn.
Of course, I keep all my leads, like, period.
I just go to YouPorn. And type in Asian lesbian.
I gotta know the people.
Asa Akira is sexy.
Jim Carrey is a good looking dude, especially to be his age. And
he is, and he's attractive too, yeah. I mean, he kind of weirds me out a little bit because he's such a good actor. Like, he's a character actor. Like, whenever he did the guy from Taxi, what's his name? I forgot.
Robert De Niro?
No, not the one that he played. He played the guy that was like the crazy guy. I forgot his name.
27?
Huh?
Number 27?
He's got a name though. Andy Kaufman.
Oh, Kaufman, yeah. Very Kafka-esque.
And he played his alter ego guy too, and he went to like one of the big producers' studio or like their main office or something, and like demanded to see some like Jaws or something. That he was like he wanted to see go to Universal Studios and have him. He was like, why isn't the Jaws here or something like that? It was like fucking crazy, and just they filmed the whole thing.
Only in the shit. Oh wow, I hate when that happens.
Do you see my pendulum? Do you have any pendulum questions? This is a coin from Morocco, but it's like 200. It's like 300 years old, and then they soldered the rest of it to it, and it's also a divining rod. You can take this chain off, and it's balanced with it's got like a hole in it right there. Well, I can't see the hole on the side. It's got a hole that goes all the way through on the side. So you can use it as a like divining rod and find water. You just hold it on a stick.
We're gonna let corn cob help. Same difference.
Yeah, corn cob. What is it made from?
Lead.
Oh, dead corn cob. Is it plated with anything?
No.
No, you shouldn't be holding it too much then, or wash your hands.
Oh my god, there's a lot of eating it.
Lead poisoning? Oh my god. Are you friggin' Greek or what? They used to or the Romans used to put friggin' lead in their wine because it made it taste sweet. Fucking crazy. Lead solder. Whenever they first started canning things, that was fucked up too. I remember all this shit. I might have died that way once. At least. Oh, are you thinking of lyrics?
No, I'm thinking of society.
We should listen to Bad Religion.
Just listen to
you know
Sermon.
Do you know who Gigi Allen is?
Yeah,
some good punk rock. It was unfortunate the way that he died, but I think he kind of did it.
It's also
himself.
unfortunate the way he carries himself in a lot of situations.
Yeah.
He stood through a lot of the right things, but
I would never have gone to one of those concerts because that was like pretty much like that was consent.
Yeah.
Because you got unless you were totally fucking. I mean, then why were you deserved it? It was like.
But they all have one thing in common. They've never been raped.
No, some of them do, but that's really fucked up. I actually know a girl who got raped and then wanted to have sex with somebody else, like immediately after, to like distance herself.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's fucked up, man.
It is.
I was like, that's not right.
It's worse than getting choked out and waking up and being like, why'd you stop?
Well, this girl was a narcissist, like a covert narcissist, the vulnerable narcissist. And
vulnerable and super air quotation.
Manipulative. Yeah. And totally manipulative. And see, she came from a family that every fucking one in her family was schizophrenic, but she got into a car accident when she was like 16 and she got a serious head injury. And I think she was the sanest one out of the whole fucking family. But she was
happens more often than what you think.
But and I don't know what it is with guys, but guys love to fuck crazy girls. I mean, they're fucking crazy.
They do.
Not as good as me.
You're kind of crazy. Just a little bit.
A little bit, but everybody is. But no, I mean certifiable fucking dangerous crazy.
Yeah.
It's like heroic or something. He's trying to save her. What the fuck is up with that? It's like, what causes that? It was because he was adopted. Scott was adopted, and I think even though he's met his mother, he hasn't met his father yet, but he knows his father, and he probably won't meet his father. His dad knows about him coming back, but he hasn't reached out to him because his wife wouldn't let him, because Scott's birth mom cheated on, or made him, cheated on her husband, her next husband, the one that she's still married to now, and but they were on a break. They were like separated, and got Scott's dad to cheat on his wife with her for one last fling. And she is so great. She's so great. She is honest about everything, and I was like so blessed to witness that whole thing. It was amazing because I put my children up for adoption whenever I was younger, and that was before my kids came back to me, and it was like, whoa. I mean, to set up the expectations, but then I'm good at releasing them before an event to where it's not disappointing. And it was great when my kids came back, but I was like years after.
What?
Huh?
What did you say? The last part, you've never what?
No, I don't know. It was flowing, and now it's released. See, I let it go.
Damn it!
I never hold on to it. I never hold on to things. I always let them go. That's what it was. It was like, thank you, file guy. My file guy is one of my inner people.
Is that who holds the file cabinets to execute everything and knows where like everything's organized? Is it file cabinets for you too?
Is it what? File cabinets, yeah. File cabinets, alphabetical order, but that's why with names especially, the name section is all alphabetical order, just first letter, and that's what I get first. And then it takes him a while because names for me are not a priority. It's like, I know you by your inherent being. I don't care what your name is. I mean, if you want to tell me, if I will remember it if it is meaningful.
Well, names are the higher order of magnitude of importance to me than math.
You want to know what my last name is? I've got a great last name.
What's your first name?
Becky. White Becky, man.
Becky Joe. Is Joe your middle name?
Yes. How did you know that? Did I just told you? I hadn't told you.
No, it's not.
What the fuck, man? Are you psychic? I bet you're psychic.
No.
You didn't even know it, did you? That's not.
Joe?
And it's not Rebecca. It's Becky. Because my mom does not like Rebecca. For what sense that makes. I'm like, what? But I'm kind of glad because it's like there's not many people that have just Becky as a name. And it's with a Y, not an I. Yeah. She wanted to name me Angela Monique, but I would have been a fucking cunt if I was Angela. I would have been a fucking.
Wendell Colin.
I would have been a tramp more than I am now.
Oh, here's Wendell Colin.
Like farts. I was like, is that Wendell Colin? What? Or colon? That's like farts?
Hey, Wendell will get you.
Wendell? From your colon? Wind from your colon.
Oh, fuck.
Colon wind. Yeah. Scott calls that a Dutch oven whenever he puts my head on the blanket. He doesn't do that anymore.
I call that.
I used to. No, he's just got a bad sense of humor, and he's cool.
Oh, bad sense of humor.
About it. Because he likes the way it smells because he's a sick motherfucker. But I don't mind the way mine smells. But I don't fart around him. I subconsciously hold my farts in, and I'm not even aware of it. It's taken care of by some interior person that lives in my head.
Some weird governor that farts and you don't know about.
Some chick, and she hangs out in the girls' bathroom up there too. You know.
I made a question.
Smoke cigarettes all day.
So do you even work here? What's what?
No, she's not like an old lady. She's like a bad girl, like leather jacket, little goth. No, she's still in high school. There's a girls' bathroom, high school bathroom.
Okay. Well, girls' bathroom.
There's graffiti.
I forgot. Yeah, back then they were such.
I grew up as a teenager, and I saw the crack, as a teenager. So,
Oh,
and
okay,
I was already witchy, but and I like Veruza Balk, but she was better in the friggin'
boy.
no. What's the one with Dorothy and Toto? It was like
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz, but it was the prequel to that, the one with Ozma and the dog that talked. It was a different dog.
Oz. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was called Oz. It was crazy. I watched the documentary for the making of that too, and it was fucking fascinating. And that was like they violated all sorts of child labor laws with her. She got traumatized.
I got to talk to one of the guys that did. He worked on the show or on that movie quite a bit. He's a comedian.
Yeah, it was crazy how it was like this like project that was like this guy's dream or whatever, but then it was taking way too long and way over budget and all the shit, and then they put it on pause for a while and then they came back and finished it. It was like
The conversations between Tim Burton and Johnny Depp go like this. Tim's called Johnny and Johnny.
I don't know.
Like, yes.
I would be more interested in the conversations between Marilyn Manson and Hunter S. Thompson and Johnny Depp.
Well, it's an exercise in beggars. So.
Yeah, you know who does a really good Hunter S. Thompson? Have you watched Tim's Hunter S. Thompson, where he does channeling Hunter? He's really good.
I think that
It's total.
pretty good.
I had to document everything. I heard it was very important.
Hell's Angels. Cowards. Yeah. I love him.
And you know the government is watching you. Of course it is. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?
I want to be sheriff of Aspen, Colorado.
And you know how you defeat it? The Patriots. Call it the Patriots. Call it a name that is totally appropriate to it. See, that's how they get you. They hijack you. They make you believe that you are supposed to want to exit the Matrix.
Fucking one society is that?
The Matrix is magic. The Matrix is where it all happens.
The Matrix is the cage. The Matrix seeds are the way out. And then
You are the shadow in the cave.
yes, everything's the mother.
Oedipus.
Well, I mean, ain't that a funny name for something that has to do with wanting to screw your mom?
They all had-
Plus
They all
constant.
had funny names. So it was like Snagglepuss. What was his name? That's it. Sturge Left. Oh wait, that's right. That's my other left.
Penis envy.
Oh no, I don't have penis envy.
Yeah, but I don't even be mine. Like,
I like my itty bitty one just fine. And my balls, I like them inside where they're safe. I can't imagine what it's like to be a guy with all your shit
I know, I'm gonna
outside, all
do-
exposed.
If I ever get a DUI and kill somebody or something, I know what I'm going to do is get a sex change. Because I was like, that wasn't Keith. I mean, that was Keith. I'm Kevler now. Like, it's a different person. I'll pull the. That's the
Yeah,
gender
your DNA is the same, unfortunately. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to go. But oh yes, do you have the cash man? Are you the cash man?
Oh, I'm the cash man.
Is your daddy rich? Tell me your daddy's rich.
My grandfather is filthy rich, but
My grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason, and I didn't even know until after he died because he left.
I think my dad was in the Ku Klux Klan.
Grandpa wasn't racist. There wasn't a racist bone in his body. He was I would have been a lesbian if it wouldn't have been for Grandpa because
It's a working contradiction whenever I think about this. Like, he was brilliant, like a genius by all rest of the standards, but ignorant when
Yeah.
it came to that.
and probably like ruined your dad just a bit
No, I mean, my dad.
in some ways. In some ways,
My
at
grandpa was
least.
pretty stupid. Like, but he was a great businessman and had luck that nobody had in business happen. Like, I've never seen anything like it. He could stop people on the road for 5 minutes, and 3 people stopped to help, and he not even had to lift a finger.
My dad was like so charming. Everybody loved my dad. That was part of what made it really maddening. Him being like such a fucking I mean, he was a dick to us. I mean,
Everybody's laughing.
he was downright mean to me. Like, and he was scared of me. It's like, what the fuck? Why was he fucking scared of me? I had to figure it out, you know?
Oh,
And once I figured it
that
out, then I
time-
was just kind of bummed out about it and kind of
That
sad.
time after he cut my stretch Armstrong's arm off, he broke 4 ribs whenever he fell in that bathroom.
My dad used to throw me over the side of the boat. He couldn't swim, get this. And I had a lifeboat on, but I was like small, and the current underneath the boat, because we had a jet boat, so it was like really hydrodynamic, and friggin' it would pull on me, and I thought I was gonna drown. I still to this day don't like to swim in water that I can't see the bottom of.
I don't either. It's not
I could
'cause
swim in a pool.
it's not 'cause I'm
I could swim in a
scared,
pool,
it's 'cause
though.
yeah, it's not 'cause I'm scared. It's 'cause I got some goddamn common horse sense.
Well, see, and that's not what it is with me. It's that, I mean, I'm scared of it because, I mean, I haven't processed through that yet. I haven't found that button to uninstall that yet. I'm still working on it.
I don't think that
There's a lot
there's
in there.
biological imperative in there that makes you scared of that because it's the unknown. It's just like darkness.
No, I'm not scared of the unknown. Dude, I explore the fucking abyss. I have a chakra thing, and I pull it and I throw it in there, and I can also siphon energy off of it. It's pretty fucking cool because I'm a non-energy type. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to be a true
What do
introvert.
you get from me?
What do I get from you? I get
Mhm.
you're complex, you're interesting, you're funny. I think that you're still trying to figure out who you are in some ways.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out who are the people who I need to be to.
Oh no, don't even think
No.
about that. Don't think about that.
You gotta listen to
Not much. You do it in the mirror. You can do that. That's mirror work. You can do that, but it's in the mirror
work.
when you're by yourself. I
Trying to figure
Most
out
people
who I need to be to put myself
You need to
in a
be-
position where I can be me.
you need to be content and comfortable and yourself and creative and expressive. You know, you just need to be you.
Oh, I don't think I'll ever be exactly all of those things until I'm in a position where I feel like I'm,
Yeah, complete.
I've arrived.
See, I think that's part of that is programming from society. You know that, right?
Oh no, that's very.
That I've gotten to.
Every time I find myself agreeing with the general consensus, I have to take a step back and reevaluate it. So,
Always. I'm never like against. If someone can give me a good argument, I'll change my mind about anything.
I love being wrong.
And I'll listen to somebody, even if I totally do not agree with them one iota. I will still respect that,
That's
as long as they shut up. As long as they shut up about it after I tell them to shut up about it.
Yeah, I mean, I won't even know things somebody the loud means right to them.
I'm like, that's the thing about Christians too, is like, well, if you have this benevolent, omnipresent, omnipotent
you don't have to discuss
being,
the hypocrisies of Christianity. What you mean?
yeah, I'm just saying, it's like, then why does he need you to defend him against little
He needs
me?
money.
And yeah, exactly.
Ricardo says this. He says he's all this, but he needs money. He's just terrible.
Yeah.
with your fucking
Give me
money.
my jet. I deserve a jet. God says I deserve a jet.
Like, you know,
He got a used one. He bought a used one. He didn't get a new one.
Actually, just
He
made
still
a-
bought a.
actually just made a video about him.
Can you believe Jimmy Swaggart? No, not Jimmy Swaggart. What's the guy from the 700 Club? Oh God, what was his fucking name? I'm horrible with names. Ooh, starts with an R. What is it?
That's his name. Billy Graham.
Graham. There's a Graham. Yeah, it was like Ram.
I
Graham.
fucking hate all those people. There's a special rung in hell that is reserved
Yeah.
for people that take it.
I think that I
Idiots.
honestly think that dude. I think Billy Graham. No, not Billy. It's not Billy Graham. What is this? Pat Sajak? No, it's not Pat Sajak. That's from Jeopardy. No, that's from the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, Dana, why?
Man, why?
She gets to like, I love her dresses. Yeah, I like Trebek better as far as hosts go.
Her mother.
Or I liked Ben Stein too. But
Bueller.
yeah, he was like, When Ben Stein's Money, that was a good show. It had good
Very
questions.
intelligent guy.
Yeah, sort of. But he's kind of also a very big dick. I mean, like,
Well,
Yeah.
that comes
I hope he's- if he's watching this, I'm sorry, but you're a dick, dude. Or you used to be at least.
And Christopher Hitchens. Christopher Hitchens is still my favorite intellectual.
Everybody that I love is dead now. Pretty
Well,
much.
there's the four horsemen of the atheist apocalypse.
I love the Pale Horse, man. The Pale Horse is my
Richard
friend.
Dawkins, probably.
I'm like America, man. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
Feels good to get down.
Be out of the rain. Oh, where'd you go? Your video went out. We must have broke it with our lovely voices. Are you frozen? Hello? What you doing? Dang, we've been on an hour. I'm not tired though. I still have coffee. And nicotine. It's the best stimulant. And whatever marijuana is. Holy cool.
Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, are there extraterrestrial origins in earthly stories of the undead? Thebes, Egypt. Along the west bank of the Nile River lies the Valley of the Kings. Here, in 1922, archaeologist Howard Carter discovered the 3,000-year-old tomb of the pharaoh Tutankhamun.
When Howard Carter opened the burial chamber of Tutankhamun, it was the first time anybody had seen the burial chamber of a pharaoh.
Untouched since the pharaoh's death in 1333 BC, the tomb was full of the boy king's earthly possessions.
It's very much the idea of having what you would have had in your house in this world with you to be there in the next world. And part of this whole idea is it was a magical machine to bring you into the next world.
To help Tutankhamun on his journey into the afterlife, the walls and ceiling of his burial chamber were decorated with illustrations from the Egyptian sacred Book of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead was a collection of spells relating to the transition between death and rebirth. The basic idea was to provide the dead person with what they needed magically to get through, because there were various trials and tribulations to be faced before you were reborn into the next world. They had to encounter various demons, everything from giant cockroaches to horrendous beings with knives instead of heads. All sorts of nightmarish visions you had to get through. And one of the things the Book of the Dead does is to explain how you deal with these various demons.
Inside Tutankhamun's tomb, the archaeologists also discovered a sarcophagus with the young king's embalmed body, well preserved, with vital organs removed and sealed in jars. Like many ancient Egyptians, King Tut was mummified based on the belief that upon entering the underworld, his body would regain its powers of movement and speech.
There seems to have been a kind of belief that the stellar or astral aspect of the dead king maintained a contact with the tomb, and that the soul would return back to the physical body.
The ancient Egyptians believed the tomb was the vessel in which the deceased's body, attended by its visiting soul, journeyed to the world beyond the grave.
We today see the idea of being placed in a coffin and put underground as something like simply the disposal of the dead, or burial of the dead. For them, it was far more than this. It was like going back to the primordial womb of a sky goddess whose name was Nuit, and she was represented by the Milky Way. And by doing that, you would eventually all go back to being a star. It was believed that the soul itself could become a star.
The practice of preserving a dead body, or embalming, did not begin with the Egyptians. Embalmed human remains have been found in Chile and Peru, dating to 5000 BC. what compelled ancient man to preserve their bodies after their deaths? Did they really believe they would return to Earth, body and soul? If so, what had they seen in life that would suggest that such a thing were even possible?
Throughout history, mankind has consistently believed that when they died, they would go to the stars. The Egyptians believed that too. You have to ask yourself, where did our ancestors get these ideas that on our death we are being transported to the stars or to another world? Wouldn't this have come from extraterrestrials?
The techniques that were used were given to the ancient Egyptians by the gods, the guardians of the sky. Who were these guardians of the sky? Well, according to ancient astronaut theorists, they were flesh and blood extraterrestrials.
Tests on Tutankhamun's remains confirm that he was the son of Akhenaten, the controversial Egyptian pharaoh, often depicted with a large, misshapen skull. Like their father, the skulls of both King Tutankhamun and his sister, Meritaten, also appear to have deformed shapes.
Archaeologists have found that in Egypt, like Tutankhamun or his sister, who is this statue here, Meritaten, had these strange elongated heads. You have to wonder, were they trying to imitate extraterrestrials who look like this? Or perhaps they, in fact, were extraterrestrials, and this is how they naturally looked.
On the other side of the world, in the ancient city of Paracas, Peru, archaeologists uncovered hundreds of mummified remains dating to 300 BC. Many contained elongated skulls.
What makes Paracas unique is that the elongated skulls are found in great numbers here, dating at least 3,000 years old, if not older. The only other place in the world that we find these are in Egypt during the reign of Akhenaten.
It would seem as if this type of skull demarked these people as different to the local community, and probably because they believed that they were descendants from original individuals that had heads that were elongated and that were serpent or viper-like in appearance.
If, as some researchers suggest, the practice of elongating skulls was done to mimic the head shape of highly intelligent beings ancient man came in contact with, then could the belief in preserving the body for the journey to the afterlife also have been based on some contact with superior beings?
I'm suggesting that mummification is based on our ancestors who watched extraterrestrials getting ready for a flight through deep space. One possibility is to be frozen or to be put into animated sleep, where you're inside this quote-unquote sarcophagus, this coffin, and so our ancestors might have watched this type of preparation, and they misunderstood this for the gods dying. And so our ancestors mummified themselves in order to be ready for the return of the gods, with the hopes that the gods would reanimate them from the dead in the future.
The Democratic Republic of the Congo, Central Africa. Stretching across this mystical land is the world's second largest rainforest. Here, according to scholars, the word zombie originated around 500 BC. According to most archaeologists and language experts, ancient Africans used the word Nzambi to refer to one's primary spirit. They believe that a person has two souls, one called the Great Angel and the other called the Little Angel.
The little good angel represents your identity, your ego self. And upon death, the little good angel sits by the grave for a few days and then rises before God. The big good angel also sits by the grave for 9 days and can be stolen, and you can be made into a zombie. The spirits who rule over that crossroads between life and death are called the Gede.
The Gede spirit is not the spirit of the graveyard, nor is he the spirit of death. He is actually the spirit of the gateway to the graveyard. When you die, he opens up the gateway to the cemetery to let you pass from life into death. But also, he can open up the gateway to let you pass back from death into life. That's why he is the spirit who's responsible for zombies.
In most of the traditions about zombies, zombies are called into being or called back from their graves unwillingly, and it's usually under control of a witch doctor. The idea is that after the soul has left the body, you can still raise this person from the dead. Therefore, the classical zombie is actually a soulless animated corpse.
Most civilizations have some variety of an individual coming back from the dead. It goes all the way back to the first civilization in Mesopotamia. We have them in ancient Egypt. We have them in Mesoamerica. You have them in Central and East Asia.
In 300 BC, ancient Chinese legends began making reference to horrific zombie-like creatures called Chongxi, a name that when translated literally means stiff corpse. Supposedly, a Chongxi rests in a coffin by day or hides in dark places such as caves. At night, these creatures hunt down family members in an effort to devour their essence.
Many burial practices grew up to try to control this possibility of a zombie rising, the undead coming back. Gravestones might have originally been to hold them down, to keep them from coming out of the ground. Various kinds of spiking to hold the body down, or cutting the body up so it couldn't reanimate, cutting the head off, or burning and distributing the ashes. All out of the fear that this creature, this being, would somehow return.
Today, stories of the reanimated dead are most closely associated with the Haitian practice of voodoo. We're beginning in the 1500s. Voodoo priests perform mysterious rituals in order to create and control zombies.
The voodoo zombie is essentially harmless unless it is told to commit acts of violence. Most important, the voodoo zombie is an individual. It is controlled by a master. It is controlled usually by some form of supernatural powers.
There are a couple different kinds. There's the zombie as the disembodied spirit, but there's also that more traditional concept of a body that has lost its soul and is just automatically enslaved and working for a zombie master.
But where or from whom does this strange power over life and death come from? According to ancient astronaut theorists, there is evidence of strange otherworldly entities that communicate to humans through intermediaries known as priests, shamans, witch doctors, or demigods.
Many different religions have different ways of conceiving of specialists who might be able to intercede in the cosmos. So, for instance, in the Native Americans, we find shamans and shamanism, who very often are held as people who can intercede between the spiritual realm and the mundane realm here on Earth.
It is quite possible that some of the first doctors were the disciples, the students of some of the extraterrestrials. So they had their knowledge, which helped them to be higher than the rest of mankind.
Perhaps the most famous story of an intermediary reanimating the dead appears in the New Testament of the Holy Bible. According to the Gospel of St. John, it was here at El Isaiah, 2 miles from Jerusalem, that Jesus of Nazareth resurrected a man who had been dead for 4 days.
Jesus was so moved, the Bible says he wept. As he looked at the tomb and was moved by the weeping of Mary and Martha, he decided to raise Lazarus from the dead. So he approaches the entrance to the tomb and literally calls out to Lazarus to come forth from the dead. In my opinion, there's no scientific explanation for the raising of Lazarus. It seems that Lazarus' soul was actually reunited with his body, that he was just not a walking dead or the undead, but he became himself, raised from the dead.
So here are special people who have the power to take dead people and bring them back to life. What kind of powers would you have to do that? The powers of an extraterrestrial?
Could there really be an extraterrestrial connection between living humans and the world of the dead? Is it possible that human souls travel through space and time, much as space travelers might? If so, would this shatter the belief in the existence of heaven? Or would it be the very proof mankind has been searching for centuries? Oaxaca, Mexico. Situated on a low mountain range rising above the central plain, lie the ancient ruins of Monte Alban. Here, around 100 BC, researchers believe the Zapotec Indians worshipped a bloodthirsty Mayan god with the body of a man and the head of a bat. They called him Camazotz.
The iconography is rather striking. The image of a half man, half bat. A man with the head of a bat and a wing-like cloak spread out with the crosses of bones in the lining.
The Zapotec people in the Oaxaca area of Mexico believe that winged creatures, bat-like creatures, come in the night. They will attack and they will drink blood and disappear without ever being noticed.
This is simply a sort of anthropomorphic bat, which was worshipped by the sacrifice of libations of blood. So what they did was they cut themselves and poured it into a bowl and offered it to the god.
Blood was a very important substance to the Mayan. That is what gave humans life. Blood and breath was what the essence of life was. That's where this kuhul, this divine essence, resided in blood and in breath. When you would die, you entered into the underworld. It was called Xibalba. Then, if you defeated the lords of death, you would then ascend into the heavens and become one of the revered ancestors. The blood is the thing that reconnects the world that we live in with the world of the dead.
Some of the earliest archaeological evidence shows that blood rituals were present as far back as we can search.
Legends and myths of supernatural beings with traits similar to vampires are a part of nearly every ancient culture. In Hindu folklore, for example, the Vitala was known as an evil spirit that took demonic possession of corpses. The Indian goddess Kali was also intimately linked with blood sacrifices.
Kali becomes the destroyer, and she is portrayed as a hag-like woman with a whole number of arms, each carrying a sword. She is the goddess of death and destruction. Her eyes are red, and she drips blood from her mouth.
She's known to take infants from their crib and drink their blood.
In North America, early Cherokees believed in a bloodthirsty creature that slaughtered humans, drank their blood, and ate their livers, known as the Olunta. This demon was said to possess eternal life while feeding on the living.
The notion of the thing from the spirit world traveling through the various Indian nations was a great fear among not only the Cherokee, but also the Sioux and Arapaho.
But who or what are these mysterious creatures? And where did they come from? Might they be, as ancient astronaut theorists believe, extraterrestrial beings abandoned here on Earth? In the ancient Jewish Talmud, the Genesis story set in the Garden of Eden includes Adam and Eve, but also a woman called Lilith.
In Jewish folklore, Lilith was the first wife of Adam. She was created from the same earth as Adam, not from his rib as Eve was. But she proved to be very disobedient and uncontrollable and had to be banished.
According to the Talmud, when Lilith refused to obey Adam, God sent 3 angels to convince her to submit to his authority. But when Lilith refused for the final time, God condemned her to live on Earth for eternity.
In a sense, Lilith was the first vampire to wander the earth. She shared all of the characteristics of female vampires.
Lilith had the head and breasts of a woman, the body of a snake, and the wings of a bird. She's a terrifying creature.
In Jewish tradition, Lilith has been a kind of night demon against whom incantations and prayers have to be offered, because she will come and snatch away an infant sleeping in its crib, or at least snatch away its soul and cause it to die.
But why are tales of blood-sucking creatures so prevalent throughout the ancient world? And what is it about blood, particularly human blood, that makes it such a vital ingredient in vampire mythology?
Unlike the zombie, the vampire is a soulful corpse, a corpse where the soul sort of refused to leave the body. And very often this is because this person who died was just so bad and so evil that they were able to not go on to the other world or to heaven or even to hell, as the case may be.
Vampire is not part of this world and is not totally part of the next world. And it is halted in its progression. And that's why most vampire legends and stories involve the releasing of the soul of the vampire so he can complete the journey to the other side.
Like blood and the unique chemistry of it serve as a kind of cosmic fuel. one that connects the living to the dead, the human to the inhuman, the earthly to the otherworldly.
The Mayan culture had a fascinating ritual. The High King would slice himself in his male organ to intentionally bleed and have a rather extensive bloodletting, which of course would alter his brain chemistry. This would lead to an altered state and a vision, which would indicate the future path for the nation.
Blood is the life force of humans, and it was very important to extraterrestrials too. There's something very special about our blood. So we have to think that if these blood sacrifices aren't some distortion of what was originally just extraterrestrials showing us how important our blood was.
Might bloodletting, both the shedding and the drinking of it, have been, as some scholars suggest, a chance to commune with the gods and a bid to attain godlike immortality? Or did early humans simply create myths and stories about undead vampires and zombies as a means of communicating their ancestral connection to extraterrestrial beings? And if these beings actually existed, might they not return? Judgment Day. The Day of Reckoning. In Judeo-Christian and Muslim traditions, it is the day at the end of time, when God will return and descend upon earth to judge the living and the dead according to the good and evil of their earthly lives. Consistent with the most commonly held beliefs, God's return will follow a sequence of events, including Armageddon and the annihilation of all creatures, the resurrection of the dead, and the reuniting of all souls with their physical bodies.
The Day of Reckoning is when each man and woman is going to be held accountable for every word that they've said, for every action that they've done, where God will judge the souls of the living and the dead for anything that they have done on this planet.
The Jewish belief is that, except for a pristine few, most souls will go into a period of review, about a year, in which they go through their lives and see the things they've done wrong, learn a thing or two, and then go on to the world to come.
Now, the Muslims or Islam, everyone dies and God raises them all back to life, and there is nothing but judgment. And the good Muslims will be taken to paradise, and the bad ones will be thrown into outer darkness.
Christians believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and that he will return to earth on the Day of Reckoning to pass judgment on all souls, both living and dead. It is also the reason why Christians believe the human body should be buried and not cremated after death. The corporate tombs and graves of the world really open one day, and the dead rise again.
According to traditional Christian belief, God creates a human being at the moment of conception by infusing into the newly formed embryo an immortal soul. And that fusion of raw material and soul is what makes the human person. That's why at the Day of Reckoning, there has to be the resurrection of the dead, so that humans are restored to their original unity as body and soul combined.
Ancient cultures throughout time also believed in the return of their gods and the Day of Reckoning. In ancient Mesoamerica, the Aztecs believed in feathered serpent gods that created the universe, who would return one day to destroy evil and bring peace.
In Central America, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was this wisdom bringer sometimes said to have come down from the sky world to spread this heavenly knowledge and wisdom and to bring salvation to the world.
Dating to 150 BC, the Dead Sea Scrolls prophesies that the sons of darkness will be destroyed, and the sons of light will live in peace for all eternity. And the concept of an omnipotent God who will return on Judgment Day also appears in one of the so-called lost books of the Bible, the Book of Enoch.
But the Book of Enoch talks about this great judgment for the unrighteous, that they will be judged with fire, that the Son of Man will come with 10,000 fiery angels, and they will judge mankind. After the final judgment, the Bible says the new heaven is created, the new earth is created, and the new Jerusalem descends from heaven onto the new earth. The New Jerusalem is this cubical city, 1,500 miles long, wide, and high, made of translucent gold. Many people would theorize that maybe it's some sort of spaceship, some sort of UFO.
But could there be an alien or extraterrestrial origin to the biblical stories of final judgment? Might it be, as ancient astronaut theorists contend, the day when we are once again visited by alien beings, or perhaps alien ancestors?
Some thousands of years ago, extraterrestrials were here. They created first mankind by an artificial mutation, and now when they return, and of course the judgment will be, have you done what we were expecting for you? And the ones who understand what happened in the past, they will not be shocked, because they knew and they expected all the time what will happen.
In my mind, it's when the extraterrestrials genuinely return to our planet and announce themselves. And at that point, the humans who have achieved enlightenment will join with their brothers, the extraterrestrials, ancient astronauts who created us, and we'll all return to the stars.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists propose, that in the end, we are destined to encounter our alien origins? And if so, is there really truth to the notion that our existence does not end with death? April 1983, Carmel, California. Along the scenic coastal highway, 27-year-old Jessica Haynes was sitting in the passenger seat of a friend's car as they headed north towards San Francisco.
So we got to Scenic Drive, and the last thing I remember was, watch this.
Suddenly, the driver lost control and slammed into a tree. Jessica's friend sustained only minor injuries, but Jessica's body was severely injured.
The next thing I remember is that I was in the ambulance. I could feel there was something very wrong.
Nearly dead, Jessica was rushed into surgery, where she had an extraordinary experience.
In the evening, I felt a presence enter the room. It was a very loving presence. There was a sense that I could shift into a different dimension. And in telepathy, the voice said, if you want to let go, it will be okay. I was aware that I would be leaving my body. And I said, yes. I was instantly in another place. I no longer had a body. I was now a point of light. After a while, as I'm experiencing this and being this, a light appeared. When I pulled into the light like a tractor beam and merged into it, it was filled with thousands and thousands and millions of sparkling lights. It was beautiful. I thought, I'm home, I'm home. There's a sense that Earth, people, where I'd worked, things that I'd done became more and more of an illusion. And there are presences on either side, very loving presences, not male, not female, it's very much all energy. And everything was simultaneous. So, looking at my life again, I realized I want to get back.
Like thousands of other near-death accounts, Jessica's story featured elements that were eerily consistent. The bright white light, the notion of a gateway or tunnel, the presence of loved ones, and a feeling of peace and security.
It is uncanny that these people all seem to talk about the same thing. This tunnel, this effect, this ability to transfer from one point to the next, and they all seem to be going down the same path.
The more people know about near-death experience, the more they realize the profound evidence that underlies the concept that near-death experiences are real.
The Greek philosopher Plato documented the story of a soldier named who claimed that when slain in battle, his soul went forth from his body and journeyed with many gods through a tunnel of light to a mysterious place. Was shown by the gods that good souls were sent up to heaven and were gloriously rewarded, but the bad souls were sent down to a realm where they were first punished, then purified, and finally resurrected.
What's interesting is that he says, so not only seeing the rewards and the punishments, but seeing how it is that souls are reincarnated. This is what's really radical about this. It was totally new in the Greek world, was this conceiving of the soul, not only as immortal, but reincarnated perpetually.
What's exciting is that multiple lines of evidence are pointing to the reality of a soul. In other words, there does seem to be that spiritual, unearthly, non-physical part of us that absolutely can transcend and survive death and go on and indeed live forever.
Might these often reported near-death experiences really be proof of an afterlife? Proof that there is an eternal soul, that virtue is ultimately rewarded and evil eternally punished? Or might these compelling accounts provide evidence of another, much more extraterrestrial reality?
Based upon the commonality of this white light experience, it seems like, and what the individual experiences is simply moving from one state to another. And that as they do that, they will move through something that could be described as like a wormhole.
A central tenet of the Indian traditions of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism is expressed in an ancient Tibetan text that advises the living on how to prepare for the afterworld. The text suggests concentrating one's mind on a wormhole through which the soul can travel to a cosmic universe. If done successfully, the soul is liberated from the cycle of life and death. If not, the soul is reincarnated into the body of a newborn.
It's like we have an instinctual knowledge that with our death, our passing from this existence, that we are going to this other world.
At the point of death, we could find ourselves at the other end of the universe.
When we die, most cultural traditions talk about traveling from this world to the next, or returning to our original home. We could look at it as the possibility that all of these places are simultaneously coexisting. There would be different layers of different dimensions coexisting simultaneously all together at once.
In the Law of Biogenesis, published in 1864, the chemist and microbiologist Louis Pasteur proclaimed that life evolves from pre-existing life, not from inanimate material. According to this landmark theory, life is an unbroken chain of living organisms that go all the way back to the origin of life in the universe. If true, who or what is the origin of human life?
All life on this planet is interconnected, and our own lives are connected back to the primordial lives at the very beginning of life on this planet.
Could the legends and myths of life beyond death that sprung from countless civilizations over thousands of years have been mere man-made fabrications? Or might the so-called legends really be truths that had been passed to our ancestors by ancient astronauts? Perhaps what awaits all humans is not death, but a profound knowledge, one that will reveal the truth of our earthly and otherworldly origins.
When he rose, it would mean the body would never die again.
The dead rising from their graves.
You can say that to a certain extent the zombies are real.
And first-person accounts of the afterlife.
The ancient Egyptians had a very deep soul technology.
Throughout history, there are tales of miraculous resurrection. But are there people who have really returned from the dead? And if so, might they have help from extraterrestrial beings?
You want to think of the technology that extraterrestrials might have. They could have the ability to resurrect the dead if need be.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might they hold the secret to resurrection? Phoenix, Arizona, 1991. Singer-songwriter Pam Reynolds is being rushed into surgery to repair a bulging arterial wall in her brainstem that is about to burst and kill her instantly. The surgical team of 20 decides there is only one course of action. In order to save her life, they must first end it.
Pam Reynolds had a massive aneurysm ready to essentially rupture at any moment. And so physicians needed to reduce the pressure in those vessels so that they could work on them. So they took her blood out of her body and cooled it slowly, so recirculating. What that does is it sort of tricks the body's cells into slowing down their metabolism and not realizing that they're lacking oxygen, which of course buys physicians and emergency workers some time to go in and repair the person's body while they're in this sort of hypercooled state where they're essentially not alive.
For nearly an hour, Pam Reynolds lies on the operating table with her heart stopped, no blood pumping through her body, and no brainwave activity at all. According to the traditional medical definition, she is dead. 5 hours later, when doctors successfully finish their groundbreaking surgery, they slowly pump warm blood back into Reynolds' body. Her heart starts to beat again, and her brainstem begins responding to stimuli. But when she regains consciousness, Reynolds tells a shocking story about a journey she says she made into the afterlife. She remembers mingling with deceased relatives and angelic beings in a celestial netherworld. A transcendent experience that ended only when doctors revived her.
Pam Reynolds' case and other cases of resuscitation sort of call into question what it means to be alive. Or sort of introducing new technologies that were, I think, a little more the distinction of what does it mean to be dead. If you want to use the term resurrection, I think it could be applied in that case.
Does the resurrection of Pam Reynolds reveal evidence that human consciousness can exist beyond death? If so, could this mean that within each of us, there really is such a thing as an immortal soul? And might it even be identifiable by science? Two prestigious scientists have developed a theory that describes exactly how consciousness could continue to exist after the brain has ceased to function. Oxford University's Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff from the University of Arizona believe that quantum particles in the brain and nervous system could comprise what we call consciousness.
The theory is that there may actually be a real physical structure in your brain. They're called microtubules, and they're small enough that all the weird quantum mechanical effects can occur. These quantum mechanical effects may be what gives rise to consciousness. But even after you die, that information isn't lost. It still continues as a quantum mechanical state. And that may be what is giving rise to consciousness.
If Penrose and Hameroff are correct, and our consciousness can exist after our physical body dies, does this explain why near-death experiences like Pam Reynolds are reported by millions of people around the world?
They have usually a feeling of peacefulness, positive emotions. They feel like they're leaving their body. They sometimes see sort of a tunnel with a light at the end. They sometimes feel one with the universe. They sometimes see relatives who have passed away. So it's a common universal experience that happens to people who are either near or close to death or even technically dead.
Some physicians believe near-death experiences could be triggered by hypoxia, a lack of oxygen in the brain that can cause visions. But other researchers disagree. They point out that those who have these experiences see events occurring around them that are later confirmed to have happened, and that their perceptions are not dulled in a way that would be consistent with a dying brain. Perhaps even more significant, a recent study found that the near-death experience was remarkably similar across the ancient world.
Professor Gregory Shushan at Oxford University has found that in some of the great early cultures, ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Vedic India, pre-Buddhist China, pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, that there are similar reports of near-death experience, and certain details keep cropping up, that the person in this experience encounters beings of light, even though the belief systems about death were very different in these cultures. This suggests that there might be something about the mystical experience at death that is stronger than the cultural stories that hold it.
But why are accounts of near-death experiences so similar across so many different cultures? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that the answer may lie with the fact that these beings of light encountered in many near-death experiences are remarkably similar to the descriptions of extraterrestrials in alien abduction reports. But these two types of ethereal entities actually be the same.
The common ground is the tunnel of bright white light. And beings wearing shiny garments or bright white garments of light that either stand before that gateway or are actually in it. You have to wonder, is it possible that in reality the afterlife is just another dimension or another plane of existence that is inhabited, that's navigable, and is accessible not only by those in the afterlife realm, but also by living extraterrestrial beings?
I think that both near-death experiences and abduction experiences are coordinated by the same higher authority.
Is it possible that extraterrestrials hold the secret behind resurrection? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and claim further evidence can be found by exploring resurrection stories from antiquity. The Kingdom of Israel, the 9th century BC. In the Hebrew Bible, Elijah is portrayed as a great prophet and a powerful warrior who slaughters the followers of the god Baal. Yet he is perhaps best known not for putting people to death, but for bringing them back to life.
In the biblical book of 1 Kings chapter 17, we actually have the story of the prophet Elijah, who takes a widow's son who had died and lays on him 3 times and then prays to God, and the son comes back to life. Was this a miracle from the hand of God? Was there some kind of a medical involvement? When you read the stories of the celestials or extraterrestrials that came in the ancient past, they were always delivering these forbidden teachings about crossing that boundary into a beautiful and glorious realm. And one of their purposes in coming here is to teach us how to cross over that boundary.
Is it possible that some ancient accounts of God's rising from the dead are not actually divine events, but rather examples of extraterrestrial technology? And if so, are there stories in which ancient cultures regularly performed resurrections? Ancient astronaut theorists believe astounding answers can be found buried in the Sahara Desert. Low Earth orbit, September 2007. An experiment aboard a Russian Photon M3 spaceship is trying to determine how resurrection works in the natural world. It contains dozens of microscopic animals called tardigrades.
So tardigrades are a class of organisms that we refer to as extremophiles, meaning they can withstand extreme stresses that would kill most organisms.
On Earth, tardigrades are almost impossible to kill. They can survive temperatures far above boiling and far below freezing by shedding almost all water in their cells.
The tardigrade is a really interesting creature, and it's actually evolved to have this amazing ability to go into these deep states of what you might call hibernation. They're able to survive in really harsh conditions, but there's still metabolism going on, just very, very slowed down.
On this mission, scientists want to see if they can survive long blasts of solar radiation. So they're placed outside the capsule for 12 days. They become inert, but are they actually dead?
And they are brought back to Earth, hydrated. We think they also have really good, very efficient DNA repair mechanism because they essentially come back to life, often rather rapidly. Scientists do refer to that as a resurrection.
There's a curious parallel to the tardigrade in the ancient world. A dead creature that was preserved by removing all liquids while it awaited resurrection. Egyptian mummies. In preparation for the afterlife, the ancients removed all blood, water, and organs from a body they planned to mummify.
In order to preserve a body, you cannot leave organs in the body that are going to rot the body. And the Egyptians learned that very quickly. And they knew which organs had to be removed and that the blood had to be drained from the body to preserve the body for potential resurrection.
If the body was properly prepared, the Egyptians believed its soul would start its long and arduous journey into the afterlife.
There were a lot of rules. There was a lot of very specific navigation that needed to take place in order to get your soul from death into this afterlife. sometimes these rules were so difficult that they would be written down. And oftentimes we find them written on the insides of the tops of coffins.
At Saqqara is where we find the pyramid texts, some of the oldest religious texts in the world. They're devoted to the concept of how to not only preserve the human body, but to prepare the soul for journeying into the stars. The ancient Egyptians made it clear that they were in contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. In particular, one god, Ptah, came from Sirius. Now, Ptah is also the god, the ancient Egyptians said, who crafted or fashioned the human body. He is also the god of technology. So when you put all this together, it sure sounds like Ptah taught the ancient Egyptians how to resurrect the body and travel the cosmos.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest, that the Egyptians' complex beliefs about resurrection came from the extraterrestrial beings that they believed had visited their civilization in the past?
It's very possible that when we look at the Egyptians performing their very intricate mummification process, this is something that they might have witnessed. Maybe they didn't fully understand the process of what made it possible, but they would do their best to mimic it. And that's exactly what we see with mummification.
But if the Egyptians believed the soul traveled through the cosmos, why did they make such an effort to preserve the corpse? According to their texts, the ancient Egyptians believed the soul was made up of 5 parts. The 2 most important were the Ba and Ka. The Ba journeyed into the afterlife, while the Ka remained in the body.
The proper preparation of a corpse during burial was essential to success in the afterlife. That is, the Ka needed a properly prepared body in which to dwell. And if that body, if that vessel isn't properly maintained, that person could die a second death in the afterlife.
Most scholars say the Egyptians believed resurrection involved the soul being born again in the afterlife, rather than being physically resurrected on Earth.
The ultimate objective was for the Ba to unite with its twin, or Ka, as they called it, and form a third entity that they called the Ak, the shining being that was then capable of traveling the stars as a celestial being. So this is suggesting that the ancient Egyptians had a very deep soul technology, or a way of transforming the soul, certainly prying it out of the body, uniting it with its twin self, and creating a light being form.
But could it be that the Egyptians believed that the part of the soul that remained within the body could be resurrected as well? Might this be why they went to such great lengths to preserve the body? Because they believed there would be a time when they would be bodily resurrected here on Earth. Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest further evidence that this was knowledge taught to our ancestors by otherworldly visitors can be found by examining stories from the African rainforest, stories of real-life zombies. The Kingdom of Congo, 1482. Portuguese explorer Diogo Cao is the first European to sail up the Congo River into the heart of this ancient African nation. Despite the dense rainforest on both sides of the river, Cao spends months exploring this unknown land and meeting its inhabitants. After he reports his discoveries back home, the King of Portugal dispatches waves of missionaries to the region. The goal is to convert tribesmen from their ancient religion of Vodou to Catholicism.
You have to remember, this isn't too long after the Crusades. So Europe had already sort of went right from the Crusades into colonialism. And one of the big projects was not just to get land and money and slaves, although that was it, but also to gain souls, converts for the Catholic Church.
Over the next century, European missionaries had great success turning the Kingdom of Congo into a Catholic land. Their belief that a sky god created the earth and its inhabitants is chained to the Catholic origin story. But the locals hold on to some of their beliefs, including the concept, which is also held by the ancient Egyptians, that people have more than one soul.
We have what's called the big soul and the little soul. And one of them is responsible for what we normally think of as our personality, what makes you, you, what makes me, me. But the other one is more of a basic sort of soul that animates us, that gets the flesh moving.
They speak of us as each having a lesser angel and a greater angel. At the time of death, the lesser angel stays with the body. It doesn't know what to do. The greater angel leaves the body.
As missionaries convert much of the population to Christianity, traditional Bokors, or witch doctors, are forced to perform some Vodun ceremonies in secret. European missionaries hear astounding stories that these witch doctors use ancient rituals and traditional knowledge to raise the dead, creating automatons that are later dubbed zombies.
The idea of the zombies is that they actually have only one of these two souls. They've passed on, they've died, they've been resurrected, but only with the soul that animates us. So they're lacking in that personality and in that personal feelings.
With zombieism, it is then only the physical body is resurrected in a sense. And the personality, that part of the soul, has completely disappeared.
But these stories have been true. And if so, might this be proof that both the Egyptians and the tribes of the Congo were correct in their belief that our consciousness is divided into separate parts? But how could witch doctors who lived hundreds of years ago, with no access to modern technology, have been able to breathe life into the dead, reviving just the part of the soul responsible for animating the flesh? Ancient astronaut theorists point out that African myths suggest voodoo magic originated with the sky gods and their emissaries to Earth, known as Orishas or Loas.
The topic of the Orishas is very interesting to me because they are looked upon as these divine messengers of knowledge. And the stories are very clear that the Orishas arrived from the sky. And what I find interesting is that in many of the old carvings that we can find in wood, for example, they are depicted in sitting in these weird craft that look like craft, and that they all seem to feature these elongated skulls.
Is it possible that these African sky gods were actually extraterrestrials that not only taught the natives the secrets of the soul, but also showed them how to resurrect the dead? Could this be the origin of our modern-day stories of zombies?
Perhaps through the centuries, these original teachings of these celestial beings were lost. Sorcerers and magicians in Africa and elsewhere began mimicking or trying to copy what the originals had done and had a limited degree of success. They were able to create zombies, but the source is clear. These teachings originally came from celestial beings.
Maybe some of the extraterrestrials had an accident, so the extraterrestrials helped him, like a doctor would do today. And the natives watched it. They couldn't understand what was going on in medicine, and they copied it.
Were African witch doctors mimicking the technology of their sky gods when they tried to bring the dead back to life? And if so, are there stories in which both parts of the soul have been successfully resurrected? Ancient astronaut theorists believe further evidence can be found by exploring ancient Hindu beliefs in which the conscious self can be reborn in a new body. Delhi, India, 1930. 4-year-old Shanti Devi tells her family that in a previous life, she was a woman named Lugdibai, and that she had lived in the nearby village of Mathura. At first, they dismissed the story as a childhood fantasy, but she knows so much about this other world that she eventually convinces them she's telling the truth, and they journey to Lugdibai's former village.
She actually went to meet her previous husband and her other wife. He also, after talking to her, believed that she was the reincarnation of his previous wife who had died in childbirth. And then eventually, Mahatma Gandhi got involved in this whole story. He had an investigation made, and Gandhi himself said that he was satisfied that she was the reincarnation of this other woman.
Could Lugdibai have died and been reincarnated as Shanti Devi? The Hindu faithful believe reincarnation, a spiritual resurrection in which a soul is reborn in a new body, happens to almost everyone after death.
When the soul goes up, and then it has to be born into something else, in another life form. So then it comes back to earth in another living form. So that is the idea of reincarnation.
In Hindu and other traditions, the body is viewed simply as a vessel for the soul that's capable of reincarnating into successive bodies or successive lifetimes.
If the concept that the part of our consciousness that forms our personality, that makes us who we are, continues to exist after the body has died, then like many of us have lived past lives. And only a handful of people, like Shanti Devi, are able to remember them. Some believe that not only is reincarnation real, but that in certain cases, there has even been physical evidence to support this.
When we examine the reincarnation research, a consistent theme emerges regarding the existence of birthmarks on someone's body. What we found is multiple cases of people who have bizarre birthmarks who then accurately remember having been someone else in another lifetime. And in some of these cases, we can confirm that their past life person died in a particular way, and they come back with a birthmark corresponding to that exact area. If they died by gunshot, we know where the gunshot wound took place. The person reincarnates and they have a birthmark right where the gunshot actually ended.
Is it possible that a birthmark could be the consciousness creating a physical manifestation of a traumatic event that happened in a previous life? Proponents of reincarnation say further evidence that our consciousness can be resurrected in another body can be found in the fact that reincarnation isn't just part of Eastern religions like Hinduism and Buddhism. It appears in most ancient religions worldwide.
Early Greek religion had a process belief in reincarnation. Plato writes about it in his writings, that the soul would enter into the body, and then when you died, the soul would be reprocessed and it would enter back into a body. In the Bible, Jesus says, "Who do you say that I am?" Some people say you're John the Baptist. Some people say you're Elijah. Some people say you're Jeremiah. Well, those people are all dead. So what they're saying is, you've come back as this person. That's what reincarnation is about.
In each of these religions, the gods are the ones that educated people about reincarnation. Is it possible that the ancients misunderstood who had bestowed this knowledge on their societies, and that they were actually extraterrestrial beings sharing their wisdom about the afterlife?
Ultimately, when you trace back the origins of the stories of reincarnation, you're led to extraterrestrial sources. This was a teaching that was brought here and represents the ultimate spiritual attainment on Earth.
we have over 30 ancient cultures around the world independently contacted by human-looking messengers who give them a unified body of spiritual knowledge, which usually describes reincarnation, the transmigration of the soul from one physical incarnation to the next as a reality.
Could it be that celestial beings have mastered the science of reincarnation to the point where they treat death as just another form of life? And if so, are these aliens helping nurture our understanding of this otherworldly realm?
If resurrections are really a resurrection of the spirit rather than the body, then it's possible that we would have a technology to follow that spirit from one body to the next. And you have to wonder if this doesn't come from extraterrestrials.
Could extraterrestrials have the ultimate answers to life, death, and resurrection? And if so, will humanity ever possess those secrets? Ancient astronaut theorists believe some people may already have them without even knowing it. Northern Israel, approximately 33 AD. According to the Gospels of the New Testament of the Bible, in the months before his death, Jesus leads 3 of his apostles away from the village in which they're staying, and together they journey to a nearby mountain.
The story here is that Jesus went up a high mountain with Peter, James, and John, his 3 closest followers. While they were there, a glowing object hovered over them, and Moses and Elijah were reported to appear to him. While they were there, the body of Jesus began to glow tremendously. And when they were finished with this scene, they went down the mountain, and Jesus told the disciples not to tell anybody about this until after his crucifixion and resurrection. This says to me that maybe the body of Jesus went through some type of transformation, which changed his body so that when he rose from the dead, it would be a body that would never die again.
According to the Bible, it was several months after this incident that Roman authorities arrested Jesus and put him to death by crucifixion.
You know,